Hi, hi. Hello. Hello, hello. Hi. Hello, Cyberhorse. Hello, Young Maker. Hello, Killion. Welcome, welcome, everyone. How's everyone doing? I am so full of of pasta. I feel a little slow, but yeah, we're ready to react to some Yu-Gi-Oh content. Yeah. Hello, the curious boy. Hi, hi. Welcome, welcome. And hello, Mitch. How's everyone doing? We're doing fine. How was your weekend? It's Monday. Isn't it weird that we start this kind of streams on Monday? Should we? Nah, I think Monday makes sense. I don't know. It's like a cool way to start the week. Me personally, I enjoy it like that. Let's go to. There you go. Do we have the music? Oh no, you don't have a music there. Whoa, whoa. Wait, is that? I think that's the right volume. I think that's the right volume. Chat, there is a construction. Good, nice, nice. I'm glad you're good. There's construction work outside, and I don't know if they already like. I know they're still working, but I don't know if they're making the noises because they were like, what is it called? Drilling the floor or whatever. We're doing fine. What are we seeing today? Oh, today we're gonna watch some of TGS anime videos and some other stuff, but mainly TGS anime. You will see why. Don't worry. I have like I wanted to catch up with those, so that then we can just react to the new ones every time. Tell them you're streaming, and they need to shut up. It will be awesome if it could be that easy, right? Sadly, no. Hello, Simon. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I mean, I know that legally they can only make noises until 6 p.m. EST. Right now is 4 p.m. EST. So if there is noise, because right now they stopped, right? They are still working, but they are not making noise, right? If they start making noise again, we can we will figure out what to do, right? So that it doesn't go into the recording. Hello, Francisco. Welcome, welcome. And after 6 p.m., in theory, we should be fine. We should be ready to go, and everything should be perfect. But yeah, that's where it's going right now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if everyone saw the tournament. I'm really excited about like. I mean, I'm happy how it went. I think it went well overall. I know some people had some complaints, but overall I think it was really good. And don't forget that, well, we're gonna have more tournaments in the future, right? Next time we're gonna vote for what type of tournament we can have. But right now we're voting for what other community event we can have. Actually, let me show you. I think it should be somewhere here. Let me see. Wait, what the hell? Dude, this music, the Guy Striker. There it is. We have a new tournament soon, but in the meantime, what should our next community event stream be? And well, now you can see the votes already. So yeah, we have the confessing your card game scenes. I just replied to someone. The card game scenes are basically, oh, when I was a child, when I was a wee little child, I used to think MST negate, and then I told my friends that MST negate, and I keep beating them with MST. And now I feel bad about it, and or we could be like, oh yeah, I used to trade cards, and I had an infinite, like a full Exodia in one card that it has like infinity attack, and I traded it to actual like real cards, like a first edition Blue Eyes White Dragon, and every time I see this first edition Blue Eyes White Dragon, I think about that kid that I scammed that time. So yeah, I enjoyed the tournament. Yeah, I'm glad you did. Unfortunately, I missed the actual stream window for the tournament, but I did see it. Nice. Unusual deck is winning. Unusual decks, I mean, like, you know, there are some people that craft their meme decks. I didn't want to like call it like meme deck review exactly, but I feel like some people creates decks that are like super weird, and I want an explanation with them, right? And maybe test them. I don't know. We will see that. And of course, the hot takes is self-explanatory, right? You just send me your hot takes. What is your hot take right now, chat? What you can tell? Oh, I feel like we need more cards like I don't know, like Ash Blossom, or I don't know. I feel like combos is like what it should be. Like negates shouldn't exist. I don't know. Those are like controversial opinions, like hot takes, if you will. And of course, the meme review, which is I honestly, me personally, I would prefer a meme review so we can see memes about the community now that we have like a history of doing stuff. Memes maybe about the tournament, memes maybe about the streams, about like, you know, inside jokes within the community. I think that will be fine. Hello Sans, welcome, welcome. Did I say already welcome? I think I already said welcome, but welcome again. My meme deck is Arcana Force, yeah. Du was playing with Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga where this spell negates a spell. This spell negates a spell? Yeah, that doesn't sound correct. Yeah. So yeah, don't forget to vote, and we will go there. So right now, we're gonna watch TG's anime video, and I'm ready for this. I'm ready. Before we do that, give me. Oh no, wait. Let's wait a few minutes and then we start with this. Dude, this music is killing me. Can we go to the next one? Pum 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 pum. Yeah, I'm ready. What are you watching today? Today we're gonna watch. We'll have 10 videos. I want to get like a backlog of videos so that I can post them and put them there. I just wanna duel with Slash Draw again. You're so cool. You're so cool. So base. Salmon Great is one of the strongest fires engines out there. It's something I like. Salmon Great. But is that a meme deck? Is that unusual? I guess it is unusual. Is my fish video there? I don't think so. Wait, let me check. No, I don't think the fish video is gonna be today. No, I don't think we can do the fish video today. I mean, maybe, depending on how we go, right? If we go fast with everything, maybe we can go to the fish video today. Hi, Philip. Hi. Actually, let me think about it. I know it should be possible. All my decks are meme decks because they all run a Slash Draw. I guess you're right. If you put it like that, I think you're into something there. Wait, hold on. Let's play this one. I think this is better. This doesn't have timestamps though. Salmon Great was a legit deck and good for a very long time. Yeah, as far as I know, it's also a deck from the anime, right? Salmon Great? Salmon Great is wielded by Soul Burner. If you didn't watch season 2 of Brains, sorry. If you didn't want the spoiler. I like how you like said it in the same message. I don't consider that a spoiler, I don't mind. I already knew that. But I like you already told me and then instantly apologize for the spoiler in the same message. But no, we're gonna watch a video with Soul Burner today. All my decks are. Oh, I already read that. So it's like 17 minutes video, so you can do it anytime. Yeah, thank you. I will try. If I had a nickel for every time a one-off character had a specific draw gimmick in GX, I have 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Daemon and Grimsley season 1 and season 2. Daemon and Grimsley. I don't even remember those characters. I don't remember them. I'm so sorry. Did you get the Masquerade stage? No, we're gonna get it tomorrow. Tomorrow is gonna be the what is it called? The Duelist Cup. And in the Duelist Cup, I am gonna get all the gems first day, and we're gonna open the packs probably on stream. I don't know, but we have a stream tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing Master Duel. We're gonna beat the first stage of the Duelist Cup tomorrow. Just one stream, one sitting. So yeah, getting opponents, Tarzan and Reaper Duel Spirit. Okay, that's all I need to know. That's perfect. If I hear a nickel for every time that Brains had a draw card skill, I had 2 nickels. We love opening packs. Yeah, tomorrow we're gonna be opening packs. Alright, let's close this and let's go. Let's start, chat. Are you ready? Are you gonna take it out of your system so we can start with the video? Remember chat, remember the rules. When we're watching a reaction, we're watching a video, we're reacting to a video, we should keep it in topic during the reaction, so that way we can have a good, very well packaged video for YouTube, so we can keep, you know, growing. Yeah, the usual. Yeah. I'm just letting everyone know for now, if I don't reply to your message that is completely unrelated, is because I wanted to keep it on topic for the video. So yeah, I think yeah. Despite having a strong deck for the era, seems to always lose. We'll find out. Okay. Wait, hold on, let me record again. Yeah, we should be recording, okay. Was Blue Girl... No, actually, I don't want to start the stream there. Who is Blue Girl? I find this name so funny. We're gonna watch... Was Blue Girl about to defeat Soul Burner? Let's watch.
Blue Girl versus Soul
That was kinda loud.
Burner. Blue Angel, now upgraded to Blue...
I heard about Soul Burner, obviously, is the Solomon Great guy. I have never heard of Blue Girl, I have no idea, and it's such a funny name to me. So let's see if we get more context about this.
Blue Girl versus Soul Burner. Blue Angel, now upgraded to Blue Girl with her improved Trickstar Burn deck.
Oh, okay. That's all I need to know. So it's Blue Angel, not Blue Girl. Blue Angel sounds way better, and it's the Trickstar girl. Interesting. I didn't know Trickstar was from the anime. I mean, I probably knew, but I didn't remember that.
He's dueling against Soul Burner and his Solomon Great deck. Last time...
Wait, I'm already pausing a lot, but I just need to see this.
And his Solomon...
Look at this face. Isn't the animation sometimes goes like that? And I love that. It's one of the funniest things ever. Yes, Blue Girl and Soul Burner, the girl who swapped decks, and Alice versus the guy who stated to be hard to make loose. We'll see.
Great deck. Last time we covered a duel with this character, it was against Playmaker, the main character of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Rain series, and we discovered that she could have 100% OTK'd the main character.
What?
When that happened, the plot. Unfortunately, this is a running theme with this character, because this time she is playing against the main character's friend, the Joey Wheeler of the series, I guess.
This is the Joey Wheeler of the series, and the Borreload guy is like the rival, right? This is the friend and the other one is the rival. I get it, I understand.
Revolver is the Kaiba, I guess.
Revolver.
Soul Burner would be the Joey. Do you think she's gonna beat Joey? No.
I feel like this guy looks too cool to be the Joey. Not anything against Joey, but yeah. Oh yeah, this is my first time reacting to a Brains duel. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think about that. You're so right.
One of those duels where she doesn't have to lose this duel. Like, Soul Burner doesn't have to win. They could have ended in a draw. They could have just, like, sort of gone their separate ways midway for the duel. Something that interrupts it or something like that. Because we're going off the premise that Blue Angel has improved. Now she's in a 2.0.
She's improved. Yeah, I would love to know the lore about this. I should watch this. I don't know why I keep watching this instead of watching the actual anime.
Form, but clearly not enough against certain characters. So I thought it would be interesting to analyze another one of her duels. This time I want to see if she could have beat Soul Burner with some slightly different plays. Or did she play the best possible duel she could with the cards that she had? Regardless, we won't know the answer to these questions unless we jump into the duel.
I'm not very familiar with the Trickstar archetype. I know they like do a lot of like burn damage, and they also make you like, no, how is it? Every time that you draw, you take damage and stuff like that. Like it's a meme deck basically. Like people who play like Trickstar, it's Trickstar, right? Yeah, I think it is. So yeah. Hello, hello.
The speed duel begins, and Blue Girl goes first. Her opening
A
hand
speed
consists
duel.
of Trickstar Lycoris, Trickstar Lilybell, Trickstar Vision, and Trickstar Live Stage.
4 cards?
Reminder, this is a speed duel. The rules are slightly different. If you want a quick breakdown of what they are.
Please.
No main phase 2, 1 less card in the opening hand. Smaller field sizes, only 3 monster zones.
Well, I need to process this.
1 less card in the opening
Okay, so is no main phase 2, 1 less card in the opening hand.
hand. Smaller field sizes, only
Smaller field sizes. It's like 3, right? Duel Links rules? Okay.
3 monster zones and free spell and trap zones, and every duel list has their own unique skill that they can do.
Oh, I don't like that.
Duel.
But yeah.
So, with that all out the way, Blue Girl
Duel Links
starts by
format.
activating her Trickstar Vision. Due to this card's effect, she can special summon a Trickstar monster in her hand. However, its effects are negated and its attack is cut in half. She special summons Trickstar Lilybell. Due to the second effect of Trickstar Vision, both players now draw 1 card.
Okay.
Blue Girl draws Trickstar Bird Helm, while Soulburner draws a mysterious card. Following this, Blue Girl activates the effect of her Trickstar Lycoris in her hand. By targeting 1 Trickstar monster on the field, she can quick effect summon this monster to the field, then return the targeted monster
Each time a card is added to your opponent's hand, inflict 200 damage.
back to the hand.
That's what we care about, right?
Lycoris and then returns Lilybell to the hand. Due to Lilybell's effect, since it was added to the hand via a card effect, it special summons itself to the field.
Bro,
now,
Drew.
with 2 monsters on the field, Blue Girl sends her Lilybell and Lycoris to the grave in order to link summon her Link 2, Trickstar Devaradis.
Okay, this is gonna sound weird because this is a weird. This is my face. I didn't think this would be my first exposure to brains. I completely forgot about it. But this is the first time that I see like a like a Link summon in the anime. I think I watch like the scenes or stuff like that, but not, you know, in an actual duel. Oh my god, 20 cards in deck, starting hand with 4 cards. Interesting. Oh yeah, the tax deck. Yeah, it taxes the opponent. All right.
Due to Devaradis' effect, when it is special summoned, it deals 200 damage to the opponent. Soulburner takes the first damage of the duel.
Wow,
However,
200.
that's not all. Now, for the rest of this duel, as long as Devaradis remains face up on the field, every time that Soulburner normal summons or special summons a monster, he will take 200 damage.
Dude, this is such a cool archetype to have in the anime because it's like a completely different game. Like if you play with you know, the anime, what is it called? If you have the plot on your side, you can script very cool things with it, right? Like it's so annoying to play against this like in real life, but in the anime it makes for a cool story, I'm pretty sure. That's so awesome. And since they are playing with 4000 LP, I assume those cards are even better, right?
Girl follows up this play by activating her field spell, Trickstar Live Stage. Due to its effect, when it is activated, she can add any Trickstar monster in her grave to her hand. She adds Trickstar Lycoris. She then activates the second effect of Trickstar Live Stage. This allows her to target 1 Trickstar Link monster she controls and special summon a Trickstar token to a zone it points to. And while not relevant now, it will become a little bit important later. That field spell has another ability that if the opponent has a spell or trap face down on their side of the field, you can actually special summon another token to your side of the field wherever you want. That effect isn't able to be used just yet, but it will be probably on her next turn.
It will be relevant later, I'm sure. Wait, this TS anime also did duels between Revolver and Soulburner, and both were masterduels, aka duels combo heavy. Oh, okay. The main difference between Duel Links and Brains Speed duels is that that effect damage is often half in Duel Links. Okay, so this is even like in Duel Links is balanced. Here is like full power, I guess. Okay.
Regardless, Blue Girl uses that first effect to summon a Trickstar token to a zone Devaradis points to.
Interesting.
Since
token.
she has yet to normal summon a monster, she tributes that token to tribute summon Trickstar Bird Helm. Due to Birdhelm's effect, when it is normal summoned, it inflicts 200 damage to the opponent, and then allows Blue Girl to draw 1 new card. Soulburner takes 200 burn damage, and then Blue Girl draws and gets Trickstar Korobane. Finally, winding down her turn, Blue Girl activates the effect of the Trickstar Lycoris she added back to her hand. She targets Birdhelm. She summons Lycoris to the field and then returns Birdhelm back to the hand. Blue Girl ends her turn by using the second effect of Birdhelm.
Oh my god.
She can equip it from her hand to 1 Trickstar monster she controls, and now that monster and this card cannot be targeted by opponent's cards or effects. As well, the monster equipped with this card gains the effect each time you special summon a Trickstar monster, immediately inflict 200 damage to the opponent. And with all of that, Blue Girl ends her turn.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a refresher right now of what exactly it's on the field and what are the actions that the opponent cannot do, or well, the opponent can do, but it's gonna receive damage, right? Yeah. Duel Links is balanced, but they still had to ban or limit almost every burn card. Yeah. Hi, hello, crispy applesauce. I can get over the way she's called Blue Girl. Yeah, yeah, it's Blue Angel sounds way better.
200 damage to the opponent. And with all of that, Blue Girl ends her turn. Right off the bat, I have to give credit to the people that choreographed this episode.
Choreographed.
Well done to them. They actually min-maxed the cards that she had in her hand, and I actually can't find any faults in the play that she made.
Oh, interesting.
With what she had and some of the unique tricks she did with her Trickstar deck, she actually did an amazing job to get the field out that she did. And because of the field that she's created, she's put Soulburner in a really awkward position where basically now anytime he summons a monster, he'll take 200 damage. Anytime he draws or adds a card from his deck to his hand, he'll take 200 damage. He's going to find it difficult to remove her monsters due to the Birdhelm that's equipped to her Link monster. He's also going to find it difficult to attack over her monsters because the Korobane in their hand, she can discard it during battle to double the attack of her monsters. So that's pretty nuts. She's done really well with what she has. The best thing about all this though is the fact that Soulburner has a skill where he can pay all of his life points apart from 100.
All?
Then after he's paid those life points, for every 1,000 he lost, he can draw 1 card. No matter what, if he uses this skill, he'll have
he will
100
lose.
life points left, but then he'll draw a card. Lycoris, as soon as that happens, will burn 200 damage and instantly remove him from the duel. So she has essentially shut off his skill, and even if Lycoris was removed for the field, the fact that Devaradis is on the field and they've only got 100 life points left, if they summon a monster, they also lose instantly because of that as well. The closest we can get to winning...
Wait, that's an insane board. Like, I don't know how common this is in Brains, like a board like that. And also, I assume the opponent, Soulburner, has to play a lot of stuff, right? Because I assume the Salmon Grey deck is also combo heavy, so he will have to draw a lot of cards and also special summon a lot of stuff, right? So yeah, it sounds weird. She did become Blue Maiden afterwards, which in my opinion is better. Yeah, that sounds cooler, definitely. Well, I don't know if better than Blue Angel, but yeah, Blue Girl is just so weird.
Is instead of summoning Trickstar Devaradis, we summon Trickstar Holy Angel instead. Now, every time we summon to a zone it points to, we deal an additional 200 damage. We can then play the field spell, summon the token to a zone it points to, 200 damage, tribute it to summon the Birdhelm, another 200 damage, bounce it back to the hand, summon the Lycoris,
a tier 0
put the
deck,
Birdhelm
interesting.
to the Link monster, summon Korobane, that's another 200 damage, plus another 200 damage due to Birdhelm's effect, make the Link 2, that's another 200 damage, and
yeah,
another 200
I already
damage
stopped paying
Birdhelm's
attention to
effect.
this.
Make the Link 4, Bella Madonna, burn for a ton of damage, Soulburner is left with 1,000 life points left. Unfortunately now we can't do any damage during Soulburner's turn. This means that Playmaker can pop off a little bit more, as I'll talk about later, and could actually get rid of Blue Girl's Link 4 by doing a bigger combo. The duel will then come down to whatever she draws on her next turn, because she does have the field spell so she can summon a token. If she uses that token to make the Link 1, she can then make another token, so she can easily make a Link 2 like Devaradis to deal 200 damage. She has a mysterious card in her hand, whatever she draws, and she could also use her skill to mill 1 card off the top of her deck and hope she gets something decent, so there is a chance that she could win like this. However, the moral is the play that she did was in fact the best play she could have done. Anyway, with all that out of the way, let's take a look at Soulburner's turn. It's Soulburner's turn, and he draws. His opening hand consists of
Oh, I've never seen this card.
Falco, Wolvie, Raccoon, Gate of Fire, and a mysterious
Wait, those are Salamangreat cards that I've never seen. I feel like they are not played in actual, competitive duels. At least I don't remember them. I played a Salamangreat a lot against Salamangreat. Well, not a lot, but a few times, and I don't remember these cards.
card. Since a card was added to Soulburner's hand, the effect of Lycoris deals 200 damage. Soulburner activates the effect of his Salamangreat Mirror in his hand by sending another Salamangreat monster in his hand to the grave to special summon
Falco?
it.
Okay.
He sends his Salamangreat Falco. Salamangreat Mirror is summoned to the field, and as it is,
Yeah, with
the
that-
Varadus
with that
deals
face.
damage. Soulburner activates the effect of Salamangreat Falco now in the grave. By returning a Salamangreat monster he controls to the hand, he can special summon it from the grave.
Ooh, another special
He
summon.
returns Mir to his hand to summon it. As he does, he takes 200 damage from Lycoris, along with 200 damage from the Varadus, since he summoned a monster and returned a card to his hand in the same play. Since Salamangreat Mir...
I can't! Why does he look like that? Oh my god. The problem with the change to Blue Maiden is that she abandons her 3-star deck for a Marine's deck. Oh. Interesting how they change decks. Because it's essentially a username. Her real name is Aoi, which means blue, right? Zaisen, which will be so funny if it means girl, which I don't think, but it will be so funny. Who changes her name and deck based on what happens in the story. Blue Angel to Blue Girl to Blue. Okay, that sounds really cool, right? That sounds really cool. Mirror discard to summon or summon when added to hand. Falcon summons from grave. Raccoon is a hand trap. And the last one prevents destruction to link summon monsters. Animators go tired midway. It happens. I know it's like a thing to save money, time and money. So, but I get it. But like this just looks so silly to see it like so many times.
It was added to the hand by a card effect. Its effect lets it special summon itself to the field. As it's summoned, Devaradus deals another 200 damage. Soulburner normal summons his Salamangreat Wolvie. Devaradus deals another 200 damage.
Oh boy.
With 3 monsters and Soulburner's field, he sends all 3 to the grave to link summon his Link 3 Salamangreat Heat Leo.
Okay, I've seen
Devaradus
this.
deals 200 damage. I'm sure you understand what the Trickstar deck is all about.
Yeah,
It's
no, I
death
get
by
it.
1,000 tiny little cuts. So the damage is small, but it adds up over time. Since Salamangreat Wolvie was used as a link material, the monster that used it as a material now can't be destroyed by battle or card effects this turn.
Alright.
It's worth noting that Heat Leo does have an ability when it's summoned to the field, and that is that it can target a spell or trap that the opponent controls in the spell and trap zone and shuffle it into the deck.
So no field spell.
So, why didn't you get rid of Birdhelm that is equipped to the Varadus? Because Birdhelm's effect makes it unable to be targeted and the monster it's equipped to unable to be targeted. So that is off the table. But then you might be saying, well, hang on a minute, the field spell, the Trickstar Live
It's
Sage,
not in
why doesn't he
the
shuffle that back into
spell
the deck?
zone?
Well, fun fact if you didn't know, when you state spell and trap zones,
Yeah.
the field spell doesn't count as a spell and trap zone. You probably already knew that, but just to clarify it anyway, he can't bounce cards in the field zone because it's not in the spell and trap zone. Fun fact. Before
Fun
entering
fact.
his battle...
Oh my god, dude. He's a fire reducer, so why not? Plus, I love his outfit. A little better than Playmaker. Yeah, I know it's an iconic character. I've seen a lot of it. I've seen like fan arts and I see it in profile pictures. A lot of people has like this guy in profile pictures. I didn't know he was the Joey of Reigns. The fifth person. Yeah, exactly. And holy chef, YugiTuber told me you have a Nouvelle gameplay, huh? Hello, and yes, I do enjoy my Nouvelle deck. I play it sometimes. It's not my main deck, but I do play it a lot. Hi. Well, hope you enjoyed your stay.
Battle phase. Soulburner sets Gate of Fire face down. Remember, there's no main phase 2 in Speed Duel, so you have to set it
spells
and traps
before the battle.
Phase,
yeah,
because you don't get a main phase 2 and have a chance to do it. So just a reminder. Soulburner uses Heat Leo to attack Devaradus, attempting to destroy it. However, during the damage step, Blue Girl activates the quick effect of her Trickstar Corobane in her hand. By discarding it, she can double the attack of a Trickstar monster that is battling.
That's huge.
Devaradis' attack doubles, making it stronger than Heat Leo. Luckily for Soulburner, Wolvie's effect prevents Heat Leo from being destroyed by the battle. However,
But it still takes the damage.
Still takes the damage. With only 900 life points left and no further plays, Soulburner ends his turn. Now it's only fair I gave—
How is Blue Girl gonna fumble this? How is Blue Girl gonna fumble this? Because honestly, I guess the trap card is gonna be huge. The set card from Soulburner.
Give credit for the Trickstar first turn play being really good. The Soulburner play, absolutely fine. Not as combo heavy or anything like that. There was more
don't spoil me,
with
obviously.
the cards he has in his deck and everything. But all it would have meant was an additional cost of life points with having one extra card in his hand. So basically, this is the alternate turn he could have had, but I actually think it's a worse turn. Alternatively, what he could have done is summon his Baylink's Link monster to get his field spell, get a Sunlight Wolf onto the field.
There's one more
use
summon,
its
right?
effect to add back one of his monsters in the grave, then go into Heat Leo. All of this altogether would have cost roughly about an additional 1,000 life points
Yeah.
for pretty much no extra gain. This is because while the second effect of Heat Leo would be live, it would be completely useless still. So yeah, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think there really was any other plays that Soulburner could have gone with the cards that he had in his hand. Obviously, he's got one mysterious card. We don't know what this is, but he won't use it for the rest of this duel, so I'm not sure what it is. I don't know. It's
Doing these plays himself on the dim is crazy work. On the sim, yeah. The sim. I mean, that's how you tested it, right? That's the job that TGS Anime does. Like test it and see if there was a better play. So it makes perfect sense.
Blue Girl's turn, and the penultimate turn of the duel. She draws and gets a mysterious card. Since there is now a set card in Soulburner's Spell and Trap zone, she activates the second effect of her field spell to summon a Trickstar token. Since a Trickstar monster was special summoned, Devaradis' new effect given to it by Birdhelm burns for 200 damage since a Trickstar was special summoned. However, before the damage can be dealt, Soulburner reveals his second
Gate of
continuous
Fire.
trap, Gate of Fire. Which, I'm going to be completely honest with you, is either the most clever tactical card to add into a deck, or it is just the plot screwing over Blue Girl so much. The whole thing with a Trickstar deck is you burn 200 damage every time your opponent does something specifically. You have a card on the field to deal with. So that's the gimmick of the deck. What does this continuous trap do? Well, it makes it
Activate only when a card or effect will inflict damage. That would inflict damage is activated. Neither player takes effect damage if the amount is less than or equal to 300. This is such bullshit. There is no way. This card was made specifically to fuck with Blue Girl, honestly. That is so messed up. That is so messed up. Why do the writers do this? Bro.
So that now, while it remains on the field, neither player can take effect damage if it is 300 or less. I can only assume that he must have put that card in his deck to counter the Trickstar deck, because otherwise that's just way too hyper specific. Like, it's too perfect, isn't it? I mean, it's fine. It does ruin our win condition with a Trickstar deck, but it's just one of those things, I guess. So since Blue Girl can no longer deal damage with the majority of her Trickstar monsters in traditional ways, she pivots to a new strategy. She activates her skill, Trickstar Gig. Now, by sending cards from the top of her deck to the grave, equal to the number of Trickstar monsters she controls, she can choose one Trickstar card in her grave and then add it to her hand. With 3 Trickstars on the field, she mills 3 cards.
Alright.
One of those cards sent is Trickstar Fusion. She chooses to add that to her hand. By using a Trickstar token and the Lycoris on her field, she links them together to summon her Link 2 Trickstar Holly Angel.
I know that.
She then activates the first effect of Live Stage to summon a Trickstar token to a zone a Link monster points to.
Bro, how efficient is this? That is so cool. Like, you only have like 3 monster zones, but it's making like efficient to use with a token and everything. It looks so cool.
2 Trickstar monsters, with one of them being a Link monster. She activates Trickstar Fusion. She fusion summons Trickstar.
Is this a real card? Is this real? I didn't know there were Trickstar fusions.
Banned Sweet Guitar. Due to Sweet Guitar's...
Oh, it's a real card. What the hell? Trickstar banned Sweet Guitar? That is so cool. Effect damage inflicted to your opponent by Trickstar Link monsters linked to this card is double. Effect damage inflicted to your opponents by Trickstar Link monster linked to this card is double. That is such a mouthful, but I get what it means. If your opponent takes a damage by a Trickstar monster effect, so it doesn't going to do anything because they are not going to take damage. Once per turn during the end phase, if this card attacks this turn, the attack gained from this effect returns to 0. Then you can add 1 Trickstar monster from your graveyard to your hand. Interesting. So 200 to... No, wait. What? Huh? The effect damage. But would that work actually? Is that how it works? Because it's more damage, because it's double. That's a lawyer game thing.
Now
I will explain. I will for the explanation.
It doubles any damage Trickstar monsters would inflict. And if we're keeping track, that means that the 200 damage we would normally do is doubled to 400. The trap that Soulburner has on the field only stops damage from 300 or less, meaning our Trickstar monsters effects are live again. Brilliant.
Oh, so it works like that. Okay, cool.
As Trickstar Banned Sweet Guitar was summoned to the field, the effect of Devaridus activates. Since a Trickstar monster was summoned, it deals 200 damage. However, this is now doubled to 400 damage, bypassing Soulburner's trap and dealing damage to him. The second effect of Sweet Guitar then increases its own attack equal to the damage that was inflicted to Soulburner until the end phase. Now, ready to go on the offensive, Blue Girl activates the effect of Trickstar Fusion in the grave. By using it, she can add 1 Trickstar monster in her grave to her hand. However, the card added can't be summoned that turn. She adds back Trickstar Corabane. Blue Girl
but that's a hand
enters her
trap,
battle
right?
phase and attacks Heat Leo with Sweet Guitar, attempting to go for game. However, Soulburner discards his Salomon Great Raccoon from his hand. Due to its effect, when an opponent's monster declares an attack on a monster he controls, he can send it from his hand to the grave to gain life points equal to the monster attacking. Also, during this turn, Soulburner's monsters cannot be destroyed by a battle, and the opponent cannot activate any cards or effects until the end of the damage step. Soulburner's life points increase from 500 to 3100.
That's
the attack
huge.
continues. Heat Leo isn't destroyed, but damage is still dealt. Blue Girl Unfazed now uses Devaridus to attack Heat Leo. Since its attack is lower, she activates the effect of Corabane in her hand to double its attack. Heat Leo again isn't destroyed by the battle, however he still takes the damage. Blue Girl moves into her end phase.
No.
The final effect of Sweet Guitar activates, which lets her add a Trickstar monster in her grave to her hand. With 3 options, Corabane, Lycoris, and Lilybell, any of them could be a decent thing to add. We could get the Lilybell, special summon it to go into a defensive play, or hold on to it for next turn for a direct attack. We could go for the Lycoris if the opponent tries to add any cards from their deck to the hand. We can do damage, but we're going to struggle to get that onto the field without sacrificing either our Devaridus or our Sweet Guitar. And we can't get rid of Sweet Guitar because we need to do double damage, or else we're not doing damage at all. So we'd have to get rid of the Devaridus. Costly. The final card to add, Corabane, well, that gives us battle protection, so it just seems like the right thing to take in the moment.
I mean,
I guess it's fine.
that's what I would have taken,
Corabane
right?
To her hand, Sweet Guitar's attack returns to normal, and her turn comes to an end. And it is here that I am sorry to reveal that yet again, Blue Girl got screwed over by the plot. Why? Because she...
I can't, chat. I cannot. I honestly, I wouldn't feel comfortable watching this. I wouldn't be able to watch this. Like the whole anime, when there is like a lot of like things like that just feel like I'm sure that we want to see cards that have never been seen before. I don't know. She misplayed. I know being a woman in Yu-Gi-Oh must be really hard. There is like a bad track record, sadly, because I blame the writers, obviously.
Could have won the duel on this turn. How? I hear you cry. Well, like so. After Soulburner played his trap, instead she could have simply summoned the other token with her field spell.
Okay.
She could have linked the one token into her Link 1 Trickstar, and then linked together the Link 1 Trickstar with the other token to summon any Link 2 Trickstar monster. She could then link the two Link 2s together to make the Link 4 boss monster,
What
Bella
the?
Madonna.
What the?
Bella Madonna has the ability, while it doesn't point to any other monsters, it is immune to everything, meaning that she doesn't have to worry about the opponent having like an effect veiler or anything like that. And that's not the only ability it has. Its effect allows it to deal 200 damage for every Trickstar
And it's
monster
double, right?
in the grave.
Or,
so
I don't know.
overall, we're doing 1,200 damage, which is above the 300 damage minimum threshold that we need to hit to do damage, with the opponent only having 900 life points left, and the opponent can't use the hand trap monster he has, because that can only be used to gain life points when battling. That would mean we'd win the duel. What annoys me about this is that you don't need hindsight to make this play.
Oh,
It
no.
is the most efficient way to win the duel, because the play that she does relies on, God, I really hope that I top deck mill the Trickstar Fusion, which she just so happened to have. It also meant that she couldn't have won this turn. Well, she thought she was going to win by battling, but why would you risk battling when you can just win through an effect of a monster that is unaffected by all other card effects? So it's just such a shame. So yet again, this duel is simply a case of Blue Girl getting screwed over by the plot. Let's wrap this up with Soulburner's turn. And the final turn of the duel.
Man, fuck this guy.
He draws and gets another mysterious card. He's got two mysterious cards in his hand. He never used them. I wonder what they could be. And while we're mentioning those, Blue Girl also has a mysterious card in her hand she never used. I wonder what that was. Soulburner does comment on the card he drew, saying it isn't the card he needs to get him out of this situation.
What?
So, since Trickstar Lycoris is no longer on the field, Soulburner is free to activate his skill, Burning Draw. By lowering his life points to 100, he draws once for every 1,000 life points he
Burning
pays.
Draw.
Since he paid 1,400, he gets to draw one new card. He gets the exact card he needs, Fusion of Fire. Now, the problem that Soulburner is in is that if he summons a monster with only 100 life points left, well, he's going to take 400 damage as soon as he summons that monster, and he'll lose the duel. Luckily, he doesn't have to worry about that. This is because he activates Fusion of Fire. Now he can fusion summon one
I hate this. Fusion summon one summon fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or either field as fusion material. You can only activate one Fusion of Fire per turn.
Fusion monster by using monsters from his hand and or either side of the field as fusion materials. Since he is summoning Salamangreat Violet
Salamangreat plus
Chimera,
one link
the
monster.
materials required are a Salamangreat Heat Leo and one link monster. He fuses Heat Leo with Blue Girl's Devaradis. He summons Salamangreat Violet Chimera. Since Devaradis wasn't on the field, no damage was dealt. But that's not all. When Violet Chimera is summoned,
The
it
super
gains
poly
attack
target,
equal to
interesting.
half the combined original attack of the monsters used for its summon until the end of the turn. Soulburner enters his battle phase and attacks Sweet Guitar. Now, quickly pausing the duel here, if this attack goes through, Blue Girl, I just want to remind everyone, doesn't lose the duel. She'll take a hefty bit of damage, but that's all the cost that will happen. Unfortunately, she makes one of the worst decisions she could make in the moment. It's not her fault. She didn't know what the opponent's monster's effect could do. But unfortunately, Blue Girl...
I can't. I can't. Because only Soulburner gets a super poly when he needs it. Dude, how convenient!
wanting to minimize the damage she takes, activates her Corabane in her hands. This doubles the attack of Sweet Guitar to 4,400. Not enough to get over Violet Chimera, but enough so she only takes 450 damage. However, Violet Chimera has a second effect.
What is the second
Once
effect?
per battle during damage calculation, if the monster this card is battling's attack changes, you can double this
Shut
card.
the fuck up! What do you mean? If the opponent's attack changes? What is this card? I cannot believe this. What? Justice for Blue Girl. You know, right now, I I'm declaring myself a Blue Girl apologist or whatever it's called. I will always, yeah, I can't. I will not take this. I will not accept this. There is no way. Such a specific. Every card is so specific to counter Blue Girl here. It's honestly feels like, I don't know the plot, right? I don't know how we got to this duel, but it almost feels like it was all like made for this.
Attack during damage calculation only. And so now with a whopping 9,700 attack.
Wait.
So now with a whopping 9,700 attack.
9,700 attack. You know, this sounds like you're playing with your, like in kindergarten, right? With your friends, and you just start making up things as you go. This is what it is.
Sweet Guitar is destroyed. Blue Girl's life points drop to 0, and Soulburner wins the duel. Now, while I said it was unfair to blame Blue Girl for that little misplay during the battle step, it kind of is a misplay and something that she shouldn't have done, because she did overplay. She didn't need to use Corabane's attack boosting effect, since she was going to lose the monster regardless.
But she didn't know.
I personally would have been much happier to lose the monster, tank the damage, and now at least I have a card in my hand that I can summon to the field if I need it for a follow-up play next turn. Whereas by doing this, worst case scenario, if I don't top deck anything, well, I'm in a bit of a pickle. So it is a misplay, again, off of Blue Angel, unfortunately. However, it is worth noting that next turn she would have had a Corabane and 2 mysterious cards, but by that same logic, Soulburner does also have 2 mysterious cards in his hands, so maybe there was a little bit more plays that both players could have had if the duel went on a little bit more. It's hard to say, but all we know is from what we have discovered, yes, Blue Girl, Blue Angel, Aoi Zeizen, Sky Zeizen, I think she's called in the dub, she could have won this duel. Okay. It is just unfortunate that she didn't. And I'd just like to point out, Soulburner with Salomon, great deck, by the way, very strong, very hard to beat. So I think the creators did say something that the hardest part of making Yu-Gi-Oh! Brains, making Salomon Greats lose a duel. I'll see if I can find the real part of that, but someone's told me that before. I thought it was kind of interesting.
Is that actually true?
That's
so
another
weird.
duel analysis done. And a Yu-Gi-Oh! Brains one. It's been so long since I've done this series. They're very complicated. That's why it takes me so long to make them. I'm scared to do them.
Yeah, because in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, every card has a lot of like effects, right? And you have like more chances to do stuff because links are generic. Well, not generic, but in the archetype, you basically can get any link. So I'm guessing making this type of video for, well, I'm not guessing. I've been told right now that doing one of these videos for Brains is like even harder.
Me play with Trick Stars, well, I have a video for that there, or I have the archetype video, and oh my god, oh, I'm so sorry, that scared the hell out of me. I saw the subscribe button down there, not being subscribed to. My goodness, feel free to subscribe to that if you want to stop me from being shocked in the next video. But other than that, thank you all for watching. Catch you later.
That's a good one. That was a good one. I like that. I like that. I like that. Let's keep this here. Hold on. Let's keep this here. Actually, nah. Justice for Blue Girl. I will, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna start like building a Trickstar deck right now, just to show my support for Sky right here. Yeah. Well, yeah. What do you want her to be named in the dub? If you had to change her name, you wanna call her actually Blue, right? Justice for Blue Girl. Hashtag Justice for Blue Girl. I want everyone in the comments to say hashtag for Blue Girl. Justice, hashtag Justice for Blue Girl. Yes. You could build Marinces. The deck is almost all SR or lower. Nah, I don't like Marinces. I don't like Marinces. But honestly, interesting first exposure to an actual full duel. I watched like scenes before from Brains, but not an actual duel, I think. So yeah, definitely like. Really cool video. Very interesting. And well, what else can I say? Or than Justice for Blue Girl, yeah. Wait, let me do that thing. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna read the chat because I missed a few messages. Because you know, chat. Welcome everyone that joined the stream while I was watching this. Sadly, I cannot reply to every comment that is like unrelated to the video while doing this, so I'm gonna try to reply to everything right now. Let's get the music. Yeah, blogger here tends to be mistreated in some people's opinion. Literally just screw her in particular. I also don't like that that happens in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels. It's kinda lazy for me. Yeah, it's so sad to see like cards that we never seen before just being there to mess up with like a duel, right? I don't know. I don't like that. It like takes me out of the story. Have you watched Sora vs. Sean? Hello, Kat. I don't think so. I don't know who those people are. I haven't been catching up with the previous video reactions. Don't worry about it. You can recommend it in the Discord. Prepare for a Destiny draw. Yeah. Well, she misplayed too, right? But that's still, even with the misplay, like how look at those cards. Come on. Ruger did everything right. She just got the hard counter by specific cards. Exactly. Being a woman in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is definitely really hard. It's mainly just her is the thing. Rush duels a lot better with female characters. I really hope so. Hello, Joel Sanchez. Heck, in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Marathon, whenever Sky Blue Angel, they call her Blue Jobber. Jobber? Sovereign is about to crash the sheer plot armor. Fun fact, Violet Chimera used to be a Super Poly target in TOS format. Sounds like a Super Poly target, yes. Fusion of Fire and the Salamangreat fusion monster was Salamangreat's own kryptonite. Totally. Because only Soul Burner gets the Super Poly when he needs it. Super Poly is such a cool card. I would like to see more of that in the anime. Probably not that much. How convenient. If Super Poly use Chimera to make their own Chimera, Chimera reduces enemy attack to 0. Oh. They call her Blue Jobber because she rarely won duels against major villains. Interesting. I don't know who the villains are in this thing. Don't tell me. Actual custom card. Just a sad moment. How convenient! So he have cards to counter her, but she doesn't know what he plays. This is cheating, right? Did he beat up Yuma for his shining draw power to create custom cards? That's the worst part. Soul Burner had at most a minute to side in or out cards before the duel even started. Yeah, that is not a thing in the anime, I'm pretty sure. Also, Chimera was made using Chimera. It reduces the battling damage to 0, making it Super Poly target. And he should have lost it. Definitely. It's true. I mean, Sky's not the worst of name. Nope. Justice for Blue Girl. Can I DM your suggestion? Hello, Yojimbo. We have a Discord server where you can send your suggestions there in the channel masterduel. No, not masterduel. What am I talking about? I think it's reaction suggestions or something like that. You will find it. Don't worry. There it is in the Discord server. Welcome, and everyone can send your suggestions in there. You'll be sure to give a like button. Roundhouse kick. Oh, Soul vs. Sean, arguably the best duel in Arc 5. Oh, I haven't heard of that. And the attack change for Chimera happens during the time frame where Chimera's all effect can activate. I need to read those cards like 100%. Oh, there is another one. Was Revolver about to defeat Soul Burner? Okay, we're watching that next time, I think, or maybe today. We will see how quick we go with the other ones. You basically needed to top deck a hyper-specific Flute Gate and an archetype Super Poly. BS right there. Yeah, totally. Alright, well, that was a fun video. sent. Thank you so much, Jojimbo. Thank you, thank you. Hold on, I'm drinking my coffee right now. Give me a second. All right. Oh, what was your message? Well, if you didn't know, Solberner's dorm name is Theodore Hamilton. Hamilton. I wonder if that Hamilton, because it has to be a reference to something, right? There is no way that Hamilton is a coincidence. So is that Hamilton because of, I want to say, the cigars? Is that a common thing? Is that, I don't actually don't know. Or is it because of the fire of independence? Or the Formula One player? I actually don't know, because that's such an interesting last name to use for this character. Or does it mean something else? Maybe I'm missing something. He's also a friend with the Fire Ignis Flame. Fire Ignis Flame. Yeah, I don't know what that is. We'll find out soon, I guess. Let me send a quick ad break before we go into the next one. Jesus Christ. All right. Well, chat, we have more Blue Girl. Don't worry, because for the Blue Girl apologists, we have more Blue Girl here. It could just mean nothing. Take whatever the Japanese name is and go with the closest thing in English. Yonoichi Joy. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. What was the... I actually don't know many of the characters' names in Japanese. Like, I know it, like, for example... Well, I know GX, right? I don't know why they felt the need to change Johan for Jesse. Like, I didn't get the point of that. What was the name of Cyrus? I forgot his name. And Jaden, they made him American. Just there's no way that you're gonna call him. What's his name? Judai, right? Jaden. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, yeah, that makes sense. Cyrus was Shaw. Show. Yeah, Show. Weird. To be fair, in the dub, most characters don't call him Theodore, they call him Teddy. Yeah, makes sense. Jesse, I'm from North Academy, but have a southern accent for some reason. Good point. Shay was Sean. Alexander Hamilton was a founding father of America. Maybe that's what you were thinking of? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I know if a character is American. Also, Alexander Hamilton can also be a Formula One driver. No, yeah, I mentioned the two of them. Those are the only two real Hamiltons that I know. I'm sure there are more famous people with last name Hamilton. It's just like, those are the ones that I know. Because I don't know, dude. I named my doggo Judai. Based. I didn't know about Hamilton because of the musical. Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. I heard the name of Hamilton before the musical, but I didn't know basically anything about him before the musical. Yeah. The stupidest one had to be Yusu to Susu, as if no one in the show has Yu in the English Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. The musical is so good. Oh, dude, I love the musical. Yeah, anyways, we're not gonna talk about musicals, we're here to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! So, let's start. We're gonna have more times to talk about the musical. Alright, let's stop this. How do I start this video in a sense?
Blue Angel versus
in a weird way.
Playmaker. Trickstars versus Cyburst. If you didn't watch the Yu-Gi-Oh!
I want to start the video like in a weird way.
Series, well, Blue Angel.
How do I start the video saying something like Like, yeah, Blue Angel. Blue Girl, apologies, we're here. I know. Theater Kid Pepper confirm. Oh my god, dude. Alright. Was Blue Angel about to defeat Playmaker? We just literally a few minutes ago, we just watched the other one, Blue Girl versus... What's the name? Soul Burner. We just watched it and I already forgot the name. And yeah, she was completely screwed by the script. Everything was like rigged against her, and I was like, no, justice for Blue Girl. So now we're gonna see this video that is a little older, but is also with the same character. Because you know, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm a fan. Like I'm a fan now. I really like it. So yeah, let's watch.
Blue Angel versus Playmaker. Trickstars versus Cyburst. If you didn't watch the Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrain series, well, Blue Angel got screwed over a lot. Wielding a
We just saw the best example of that, and it's the saddest thing ever. The guy just materialized cards like super specific to counter her. She also misplay, right? But it comes from her not knowing the super specific cards of the opponent. So yeah.
deck that should have dominated in the speed duel format. Instead, well, she lost a lot. Today, I want to take a look at her first big duel and see, with the deck that she had, could the outcome of this duel have changed if she just played slightly different? So
Wait. The first one. So this happens before the one with Soul Burner, but wasn't the other like first Blue Angel battle or something? Blue Girl's first battle. Wait, am I misunderstanding?
this duel have changed, and see, with the deck that she had, could the outcome of this duel have changed if she just played slightly different? So,
oh, this is
with all
episode
that out of
2?
the way, let's jump into the duel.
Okay, so this happens first. Okay.
The speed duel begins and Blue Angel goes first. I feel like this is important to mention. If you don't know what a speed duel is, the only difference between that and a normal duel is it's in a virtual world, you're on a hoverboard, there's 3 monster zones, there's 3 spine trap zones, there's no main phase 2, and everyone has a skill unique to them. It's basically
I can't believe this is actually Duel Links.
an effect that you can use anytime in the duel when a certain criteria is met. Since
raise the
this is a
volume a little
speed
bit.
duel, her opening hand consists of only 4 cards. And these are Trickstar Light Stage, Trickstar Candina, Trickstar Licorice, and Trickstar Vision. She starts by activating her field spell, Trickstar Light Stage. When activated, it allows her to add 1 Trickstar monster from her deck straight to her hand. She adds Trickstar Lilybell. Since Lilybell was added to the hand via a card effect, its effect lets it special summon itself to the field. Now, Blue
Okay, I understand now. She was first called Blue Angel, right? And then she becomes Blue Girl. I assume it was the opposite way, because Blue Girl sounds way less interesting than Blue Angel. So she was first Blue Angel, and then she becomes Blue Girl, and that's what it was, Blue Girl's first battle. And this happens before because she was Blue Angel then. Okay. Not confusing at all.
Normal summons her Trickstar Candina. When normal summoned, its effect lets her add any Trickstar card from her deck to her hand.
Blue Girl sounds almost derogatory. That's honestly, that's what I thought. I didn't know how to put it into words, but you're so right. It almost sounds like she doesn't have a real name, right? Like it's a character that doesn't have like a name. It's just, oh yeah, that's the Blue Girl. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. You're so right. She doesn't have a real name, but it's like her nickname, I guess, that she chose herself. It's so weird.
She adds Trickstar Reincarnation. Blue Angel activates the effect of her Trickstar Licorice in hand. By bouncing 1 Trickstar monster on her field back to the hand, she can summon it to the field. She then activates her spell Trickstar Vision, which lets her special summon 1 Trickstar monster from her hand. However, its attack is halved and its effects are negated. She summons back her Candina. The final effect of Trickstar Vision then kicks in. After its effect was used, both players draw a card.
Alright.
Blue Angel draws Trickstar Scatter, while Playmaker draws Bitron. Since a card was added to Playmaker's hand, the effect
200
of
damage.
Lycoris now activates. Now, for the rest of this duel, as long as Lycoris is on the field, whenever a card is added to Playmaker's hand, Lycoris will deal 200 damage. Following this, Blue Angel's field spell's second effect then activates. Also, for the rest of this duel, as long as this field spell is on the field, whenever a Trickstar monster deals battle or effect damage, Light Stage will deal an additional 200.
So I said this before, but I want to say it again. This is such a cool mechanic to introduce in the anime. Like, to show like a burn deck in the anime is like a different duel than the usual, you know, pit stick battle, like big number. This is so cool. I love it. That's why I'm a fan.
With all the pieces set, Blue Angel sends her Lilybell and Candina to the grave to link summon her Link 2 Trickstar.
Link summon looks so
Angel.
cool in the anime.
Real quick, because I know some of you aren't up to date with the most modern rules in Yu-Gi-Oh! A Link monster is just another type of extra deck monster. Whatever its Link number is, if it's a Link 3 monster, a Link 4, Link 2, that's just how many monsters you need to send from the field to the grave to summon that monster. You can cheese this a little bit. If I have a Link 2 monster on the field, it counts as 2 monsters.
That's
But
not a
pretty much all you
cheese.
need to
That's
do.
a mechanic.
Except for extra deck monsters need to be summoned into the extra monster zone, which is that new zone you see. And if you want to summon more extra deck monsters, they've got to go to zones that the Link monster points to. Okay? Okay. While Holly Angel is on the field, each time a Trickstar monster is summoned to a zone it points to, she will deal 200 damage. Also, Trickstar monsters
This is also a very nice looking card. That's all I wanted to say.
she points to cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Also, if the opponent takes damage by a Trickstar monster's effect,
Hello.
Holly Angel will gain attack equal to the damage until the end of the turn. All set up, Blue Angel ends her turn by setting Trickstar Reincarnation and Trickstar Scatter.
Look at her. Look at her. Isn't she the coolest?
Face down. An impressive first turn on paper. Except
Oh,
it was
no.
a much simpler play. She could have
Misplay
done
already.
one of the duel as soon as Playmaker started his turn. But how, you ask? Well, this is what she should have done. Assuming she plays at least 2 copies of Trickstar Lycoris, she should have
We're already assuming things.
activated her light stage, add Lycoris. Normal summon Candina, add Trickstar Reincarnation. Activate both Lycoris' effects in hand, returning Candina to summon both. Activate Trickstar Vision, resummon Candina. The opponent gets to draw a card. The opponent will take 800 damage. Finally, she sets Trickstar Reincarnation face down and ends her turn. Yusaku's turn begins. He draws. He takes another 800 damage. The standby phase occurs, and Blue Angel immediately activates Trickstar Reincarnation. Yusaku banishes the 6 cards.
Oh,
in
that's
his
a lot of
hand.
damage.
200 times 6 is 1200. 1200 damage times 2, since there's 2 Lycorises, is 2400 damage. Plus, he'll take 200 damage twice from the field spell, meaning Playmaker loses the duel.
That dude, what an FTK like that, it was possible with that hand, assuming there is 2 Lycoris in the deck, which, I don't know, have we ever seen her in other duels play more than 1 Lycoris? I don't know. Can we blame her? I don't think so. I am not certain if Lycoris can be activated on a monster that is already living. I have no idea, but I believe whatever TGS anime says.
Now the question then becomes, why didn't she do this? Well, that's very simple. She's not the main character. She has to be this way because obviously,
So
like we
true.
said earlier, the Trickstar deck is very strong. So, yeah, unfortunate really. Never mind. It's Playmaker's turn and he draws. Due to adding a card to his hand, he takes 200 damage from the chorus, followed by another 200 from Light Stage. Since Playmaker took damage by a Trickstar monster effect, Holy Angel's attack increases by the same amount. Playmaker's opening hand consists of Draconet, Bitron, and 4 mysterious cards
No way,
that are
he's
about
on-
to be banished, so it doesn't
Oh,
really
okay.
matter.
I was like,
Playmaker
he's not gonna
normal
use those
summons
cards?
Draconet, and when Draconet is summoned, it special summons a level 2 or lower normal monster from his deck into defense. He summons Bitron. He then sends his
Bitron.
Bitron to the grave to link summon his Link 1 Link Spider. This monster can only be summoned by sending a normal monster to the grave. He activates its effects. This allows him to special summon a level 4 or lower normal monster in his hand to a zone
to
that it
rank
points to.
up.
He summons another
Not
Bitron.
rank up, I mean
Playmaker
link
then
up? I don't know how
sends
to
his
say it.
Draconet and Bitron to the grave to link summon his Link 2 Link Bumper. But he's not done yet. He then sends his Link 1 Link Spider and the Link 2 Link
This is what
Bumper
Yu-Gi-Oh!
to
is
link
now.
summon his Link 3 Ace Monster, Decode Talker. Decode Talker specifically requires effect monsters, so that's why he couldn't use his normal monster for the summon of this, in case you were wondering. Playmaker enters the battle phase. He attacks Holy Angel. However, Blue Angel activates her set Trickstar Reincarnation. This forces Playmaker to banish his entire hand, and then draw the same amount he banished.
That's
He
huge.
gets Security Block, Salvagent Driver, Signet Universe, and Frontline Disturbance.
What is this? Are these the Dustons?
Since 4 cards were added to Playmaker's hand, he takes 800 damage via Lycoris's effect, and then a further 200 more from Trickstar Light Stage. Since effect damage was dealt, Holy Angel's attack increases in unison. Playmaker's Decode Talker is about to be destroyed by the battle. Luckily, he activates his quick play spell, Security Block, which prevents his monster from being destroyed in battle and reduces any battle damage he would take to 0. However, since the Trickstar monster battled, Blue Angel activates her final trap, Trickstar Scatter. This lets her destroy a monster Playmaker controls. She destroys Decode Talker. However, Playmaker has one final move. Since a Cyburst type Link monster was destroyed, he can special summon his Salvagent Driver from his hand. Since there is no main phase 2 in Speed Duels, Playmaker must end his turn here. It's back to Blue Angel, and the penultimate turn of the duel. Hey, they're not
Honestly, right now Playmaker doesn't. I don't know what I was expecting, but I guess this is episode 2, like you said, right? So yeah.
called Speed Duels for nothing. She draws and
It's a
gets
speed duel, you're right.
Card Dark Angel. Don't worry about this card too much. It's just some out of duel shenanigans kind of thing. Basically, there's a virus in it, and if she plays this card, she'll get stuck in the virtual world. But Playmaker will help her out in this duel, so it's fine. Blue Angel activates the effect of her Trickstar Reincarnation in the grave. By banishing it, she can special summon
Episode
a Trickstar
7,
monster
okay.
in her grave. She summons back
Still.
her Lilybell. Blue Angel enters her battle phase and attacks with Lilybell. Due to its effect, it can attack directly. And so, Playmaker takes 800 direct damage, followed by 200 more from Trickstar Light Stage. Since Lilybell dealt damage, her second effect kicks in. This allows Blue Angel to add a Trickstar in her grave back to her hand. She adds back Trickstar Candina. Since Salvagent Driver is too strong, and there is no main phase 2, with no further plays, Blue Angel ends her turn. Now, unfortunately, I don't know what Blue Angel has in her extra deck at this point in the series. However, while the extra deck of a Trickstar deck is nothing that impressive, there are some decent cards that she could have got out that would have helped her this turn. The big two for me personally would have been a Trickstar Devaridis or a Trickstar Bella Madonna. However, I don't think she had those at this point, but it's just one of those things. It's Playmaker's turn.
What are the cards in this anime? Where do they open like booster packs? Is there like a gacha system in the virtual world? How do they get the cards in this? I know there is booster packs in the other series, right? There is structure decks and stuff like that. Is this also like that? Because I know this is kind of like different. This doesn't follow the same rules as the previous anime. Also, for anyone watching this on YouTube, like as a video, don't panic if people like give me incorrect information about the anime. Let me know in the comments later. Don't worry, don't panic, don't crash out. I will read it. I read every comment. So yeah, I think the Varidis and Bella were blue girl cards. Oh yeah, yes, she also gets a new deck, but this is still Trickstar, so I don't know. Well, let's see.
And the final turn of the duel. He draws and gets Defect Compiler. I'm going to apologize in advance for this turn. This is going to be a very convoluted turn.
Oh, here we go. This is what I wanted to see.
Counter and Disturbance counter a lot. It's going to be confusing, but bear with me. Since Playmaker drew, Trickstar Lycoris deals 200 damage, which is followed by Trickstar Light Stage's damage. Due to damage,
also the new cards for certain characters appear out of the Ether. Interesting. Think back to GX. Jaden added Shining Flare Wingman because the duels were dark. It seems implied he had it, just hadn't added it to his extra deck. Will be the same here. I don't know. Bro Drew. Still hoping for Yugi versus Grandpa's BA duel reaction someday. I will, don't worry, I will.
Holy Angel's attack increases. Playmaker normal summons Defect Compiler.
Alright.
Its effect is once per turn. If you would take damage from an opponent's card effect, place one defect counter on this card instead, with a maximum of 1. Also, once per turn, quick effect, you can remove one defect counter from this card, target one Cyburst monster you control, it gains 800 attack until the end of the turn. With this in mind, Playmaker activates the effect of his Salvagent Driver. By discarding a spell, he can summon a Cyburst monster from his grave back to the field. However, that monster cannot attack directly. He summons back
It's so funny.
Link Bumper. Now, since Playmaker's life points are less than 1000, he can activate his unique skill, Storm Access. His skill allows him to add a new Cyburst Link monster at random to his extra deck. The card he acquires...
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Cyburst Link monster at random to his extra deck.
What does that even mean? Actually, in this series, if you have Soul Technology Dual Disc, you can download cards from the network, and Yusaku Soulburner Dual Disc are old school and have to load their decks manually. Interesting. She keeps getting hard countered by a tough deck riders. Why? Bro, Drew, another convenient anti-burn card. Oh my god, that is what I mean by the either. I guess that makes sense. And of course, it will be a link monster he needs at random. Yeah, at random. Heart of the cards. I guess this is kind of like a heart of the cards, but yeah, I know. From among all cyber links he doesn't already own, one random will now be owned forever. That is so weird. It means they can literally spawn a card from the air, from thin air. Ugh.
The card he acquires is Encode Talker. He immediately summons this new link-free monster by sending his Salvagent Driver along with the Link 2 Link
What the hell
Bumper
is
to the
this?
grave. We'll get to what this monster can do when the time comes, but for now, Playmaker has entered his battle phase, and he's attacking. He uses his Defect Compiler to attack Blue Angel's Trickstar Lilybell. As he does this, he plays the quick play spell Frontline Disturbance. This card's effect is target one level 4 or lower monster your opponent controls. If it leaves the field, place a disturbance counter on one face-up monster you control, and if you do, it gains this effect. If this card battles, you can remove one disturbance counter from that card, target one face-up monster your opponent controls, it loses attack equal to the combined
Jesus Christ!
Of all...
She's really defending. Dude, what is this? A Yu-Gi-Oh player reading? That's crazy. This is she's reading the card. That is so funny.
Face-up defense position monsters your opponent currently controls. As Playmaker targets Lilybell, Blue Angel now decides to use her quick play skill, Trickstar Trick. Now, by discarding one Trickstar card in her hand, she can force the opponent to draw cards until he has 3 cards in his hand. However, at the end of the turn, they must banish cards from their hand for each Trickstar monster in Blue Angel's graveyard. Playmaker draws 3 new cards. These 3 cards will not be revealed, so we don't know what they are, but it doesn't really matter.
He doesn't
Playmaker
need
has
them.
everything already on the field, then he needs to win. Now, this is the point where Playmaker would take 800 damage and lose the duel. However, he uses the effect of his Defect Compiler. Instead of taking effect damage, he puts a defect counter on one of his own monsters. Some of you might be asking, why didn't Blue Angel use this effect a little bit earlier? Clearly, she was waiting for Playmaker to deplete his hand to 0 so she could do the maximum amount of damage. It's just a shame that the first monster he summoned was a card that counters effect damage. Feeling defeat approaching, the corrupted card given to Blue Angel takes over. She
Oh my
activates its
god.
effect. Since Blue Angel's Fairy-type monster was targeted for an attack, she can tribute that monster by sending Dark Angel to the grave. She can then target another monster she controls to change the attack target to. Then, that new target gains attack equal to the original attack of the tributed monster. However, since Lilybell has left the field, the effect of Frontline Disturbance activates. A disturbance counter is now placed on a monster Playmaker controls. He chooses his Encode Talker. Since Encode is pointing to a monster he controls that is battling that has lower attack than the monster it's battling, he can make that monster be unable to be destroyed by battle. He can also make the battle damage 0. Then after
But this
damage
is I'm not comprehending anything anymore. Like my brain is like turning off.
calculation, this card will gain attack equal to the attack of that battled opponent's monster. Finally, Playmaker activates the second effect of his defect compiler. By removing the defect counter on it, he can increase Encode Talker's attack by 8.
Shut up, dude. What is
Encode
this?
Talker attacks Holly Angel. The effect of the disturbance counter activates. By removing it from Encode Talker, Holly Angel loses attack equal to the defense of her defense position monsters. And with this,
Yeah, that's
Holly
more than enough.
Angel is destroyed, and Blue Angel loses all her life points.
Jesus Christ.
Playmaker wins. That was a lot of stuff packed into a single turn. But what did we learn from all this? Well, yes.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Writers hate women.
Blue Angel should have won this duel. In fact, there was a couple of different ways that I didn't mention that she could have won. I mentioned a card called Trickstar Devaradis. Its effect is, whenever your opponent normal or special summons a monster, you can deal 200 damage. Imagine having that on the field with a Trickstar Lycoris. He draws a card, he takes 200 damage from the field spell. He summons a monster that's 200 damage and another 200 damage again. These Link decks summon a lot, so that would have been the perfect monster to get out. Obviously, he's only got 1800 attack, but I don't know. Could have been good. But other than that, thank you all for watching.
I want to click on this so bad. Not on this. I want to click on this so bad. I really need this in my life, but we already chose the next videos. It's rage bait at this point, honestly. But I'm honestly I'm enjoying how the duels like are in this. They seem so fun. So fun. I want to see more of this. Would you recommend the dub? Should I watch the dub? Should I watch it sub? Brains. I need to watch one of these anime, but I can't. This is so funny. I don't know. I want to see more. Is rage bait. This whole thing is rage bait at this point. But yeah, obviously, as always, really cool video. TG's anime, like amazing analysis, and yeah. Thank you for recommending this video. It's rage bait, dude. No season of Yu-Gi-Oh should be watched dubbed. Censorship and bad music. No, shut up. I will not take that slander. The music for GX is so good. The dub in GX is so good. I don't care about the censorship. It's so funny. It's a different anime. I know I should watch both, but I can appreciate it. I can appreciate the dub, and the music in GX is so good. In the dub, yeah. Woman can't play Yu-Gi-Oh. That is the right. What are the writers doing, dude? I say dub, it might be the best way to. I say dub, but it might be the best to watch it sub. I guess I will have to watch sub. I wish I would have to watch everything. I never watched Yu-Gi-Oh subbed. I think. Yeah, I watched some GX sub, but not like properly, I guess. The best way to experience GX for the first 2 seasons dub and the later 2 seasons sub. The first dub then sub. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Not to mention the dub of GX gave us Chas It Up. Manjome Thunder does not compare. I 100% agree. I love the music, but most of the for most of the dogs except Sexol, Seal. Yeah. Well, we will see how that goes. When the dub, Blue Gal name came for her friend, Ghost Gal calling her Blue Gal, and she said, maybe don't name me after your avatar. I have to watch that. During Sexal, I think the showrunner said he would have included included no woman at all if he could have. What the fuck? What the, is that true? What the fuck? Why would someone say that? What the hell? Holy Angel has old art? I have no idea. Chaz was my favorite character. Me too. Chaz is definitely such a cool character. I will never forgive them for not giving us official sexual sub release. Yeah, I was gonna watch it and I was like, wait, there is no sub. What the hell? An official sub does not exist. There is no way to watch it legally. I have to watch fun sub, which I could do, I guess, but that's not the way of God. Doesn't sound like Japanese director, so I don't believe it. Who knows at this point? I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore. Alright, chat. Give me a minute. I'm gonna go get water really quick. And I'll be back for more. Give me just 1 minute. I will get some water. And we will go for the next video, okay? Don't panic, don't panic. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. Wait, hold on. I need to get a thing really quick. Yep. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Meanwhile, Thea and the sexual girl still had the highest win rate of 100%. Wait, Thea had a 100% win rate? I know she beat the penguin with the help of the Dark Magicians. But like, did she have more duels than that? I don't remember. 5Ds was legit my favorite anime. I haven't watched it. Chad, would you watch me react to the whole series? Would you? What if I uploaded like heavily edited? I already reacted to one GX episode. It's for the members. Is there? If anyone wants to, join, get a membership. I have a video there of like a concept idea of how a reaction video from the anime will be. Edited by myself, but the editing will be obviously better when it's edited by a professional, right? I'm not an editor. I know some basic stuff about editing, but yeah. You drink cold or warm water? This one is kind of like, wait, it's a little cold. I prefer cold right now because it's ooh, that was a weird sound. It's really hot here right now. I prefer dubs in general, just not the ones made for TV because of what they have to. Oh, yeah, not the kind of whip that rejects them all by default. Yeah, for example, the Chainsaw Man dub, it's really good. I don't know if you watched it, the Chainsaw Man dub, really, really good. The dub for example, Jujutsu Kaisen, it's hit or miss. Like, some characters are really, really good. Some characters really, and some other ones are weird. Like, Jinichi, stop out of farming! That man, no, how is it? The Senin clan is only alive for, I don't remember how it goes, but that one was like a little weird. a little bit out of character, and that didn't sound anything like it was meant to be. I think. The FMA dub was pretty good. Yeah, I like the Brotherhood one. I don't think I watched the dub for the original Fullmetal Alchemist. All right. Let me see. Oof, I'm missing a lot of messages. And yet Sexal tried to provide fan service in the form of middle school. That's fucked up, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, I like Crow and all. I just wish the trio of the series has been Yusei, Jack, Akisa. Crow still could have been there. Just her as the trio member. Yeah. One day. Just a bit, Mia? I don't know who that is. Mia? You mean Mai? Is it Mai? Is Mia Mai? I don't know. Hello, Pablo. Welcome. Yeah, I don't think they actually lost now that I think about it. That's so weird to think about. There's best duelist ever. She has 100% win, right? Not even Yugi. Not even the king of games. It was to get Yugi star chips. Oh, yeah. She beat Mai, but like... Yeah, you're right. But actually, I think Mai... like, drew, right? If I remember correctly. No, she doesn't. Tia beat Mai, but not really. Mai kinda just chose to lose. Yeah, exactly. Off-screen Joy versus Mai and Crown undefeated Tia. She didn't truly beat Mai. Mai chose to lose. Yeah, exactly. I remember now. Win is a win. Well, she technically has the win, right? But it's not like a fair one. They also beat Joy in episode 2. We only saw the end, but she won. That's crazy. The FMA dub was pretty good, I think. No, I think it really was. What are we watching next? We're watching more duel analysis. Mai chose to lose because Yugi kept her in Duelist Kingdom and decided to repay the favor. Nice. Cowboy Bebop. I haven't watched Cowboy Bebop, chat. I'm so sorry. I haven't actually watched that. But I heard good things about it. If it was Goyo saying it, be correct. Huh? Because Goyo was already a nerd who said reference and memes like in the manga where he talked about Digimon. Oh, he actually didn't say Aura farming. I'm making it up. I actually don't know. No, she wanted to give him extra star chips. She had, but he was already out of it. They actually had to properly beat her because Mai got, yeah. When I send you a small clip of Brain's dub, you can see all in your free time. Thank you. Yeah. I cannot watch it like during the stream, but I will watch it after. Thank you so much. So autocorrect for some reason keeps trying to write Mai as Mia. Okay, I keep getting confused. It was like, are we talking about a different character? But don't worry, I get it now. Okay. Ravenclaw. I actually don't know. Hot take: Samurai Champloo is better than Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, I haven't watched any of those, but I will take your word for it. Okay. I feel like we should only count like on-screen duels, but yeah. All right, let's go for the next one. Next one. Okay, so Yuma versus Anna Kaboom.
Yuma.
I want the face here. It's so funny to have the face here. but yeah, whatever. Let's do it. Anna is a train girl. I don't know anything. He's awesome. Chat, let's get ready. Let's focus on this reaction right now in this video. We're gonna react to it and we're gonna see everything, okay? Okay. Was Anna Kaboom about to defeat Yuma? I have literally never in my life heard the name Anna Kaboom. But apparently my chat is a fan. So yeah, let's watch. Let's see how it goes.
Yuma Tsukumo versus Anna Kaboom. Trains versus onomatopoeia monsters.
Trains. Trains. Alright.
The stakes of this duel, if Yuma loses, he has to start going out with Anna. So okay.
What is this series about? Love hurts? What is this? What? The stakes are so high already.
Hey, the stakes aren't very high with this duel.
No, dude, what are you talking about? I just literally said the opposite. I feel like the stakes are like super high. It's the opposite. What are you talking about?
Depending on how you want to look at it. But this duel does feature one of my favorite Xyz monsters, Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max.
Oh, those are. Oh, that is that archetype. Okay, interesting.
I just think its name's really cool to say. In fact, I do like all of the Super Dreadnought cards. Spoilers! Despite Anna dominating the duel with insanely high attack monsters, burning Yuma for 2,000 damage a pop, she somehow loses at the last possible second. And I thought, that's a bit unfair. She was doing so well just to get clapped by one simple combo on the final turn. Could she have changed the outcome of this duel with any minor plays had she had any early opportunity?
Okay, I've seen this design before. I haven't seen much of her, but I've seen this design like somewhere.
For victory, same for Yuma as well. I guess we won't know unless we jump into the duel.
I don't know what to expect anymore. Dude, what is this? What is this series about? You have seen it with the Rata video? I have? I don't remember. I don't remember, like, maybe... In what? In which video? I don't remember.
The duel begins and Anna goes first. She draws, and her opening hand consists of Rocket Arrow Express, Magic Jammer, a Traffic Control, Fiery Fervor, and 2 mysterious spells or traps.
This was like EU girls because I'm 12. In other circumstances, people will be like, date you if I lose. Oh man. I appear to have breaked your move. Yeah, I assume if like we were talking about like I don't know what a 12-year-old like. Is Yuma an actual 12-year-old or that he acts like a 12-year-old, like Goku? Let's just throw a bit of a like Goku slander. A 14-year-old. Are 14-year-olds not interested in girls? I haven't been a 14-year-old in like decades, so I actually don't know. But yeah, I assume it's not her type or something. I don't know, dude.
Fun fact, all of those spells and traps are going to get dumped into the graveyard later, and the only reason we know what 3 out of the 5 of them are is because a train basically runs through them and we actually see the 3 cards. It's a bit more clear in the dub, but in the sub you can just about make out what they are, and that's what these 3 cards are. The bottom line, we'll get to those spells and traps a little bit later. They're really important. Since Anna controls no cards on the field, she can special summon Rocket Arrow Express straight from her hand thanks to its effects.
These cards look so unserious. This is yeah.
Now the benefit of this monster is it's super easy to get out and it's got 5,000 attack points. So you must be thinking, what's the catch? Well, there's a few. Anna now can't conduct her battle phase the turn it's summoned, which isn't a big deal, it's the first turn after all. However, also she can't set any other cards while Rocket Arrow is on the field. On top of all that, during each of her standby phases, she must send 5 cards from her hand to the grave to keep this monster on the field, or else it will destroy itself. So as you can see, this monster is an all or nothing kind of card. It's asking for a lot for, I'll be honest, not a lot of game. So, with all that in mind, Anna ends her turn here.
What a turn. What a turn. Yeah, it was not his type of girl since he also had a cat girl into him. I've seen that one because that is more like meme. I was in my late 20s when Sexo came out. I'm just thinking about the age of the characters. Like I know Yugi was like 16, right? Well, Kaiba was 16. I don't remember Yugi. I assume Yugi was the same age. And I think Jaden was also 16, and I know Yusei Yugi was 14? Really? Really? Jaden became 16. I know Yusei was an adult, right? Yusei was 17. Yusei was 17? Dude, what are we watching? I always assume Yusei was in his 20s or something. Yugi skipped ahead? Oh, interesting. Yusei was probably in his 20s? Well, someone is wrong here. I don't know. I assume Yusei was in his 20s, but apparently he was 17. I don't know. I have no that. Age in Yu-Gi-Oh! Always yeah, ages in like shonen anime always feels weird. Okay, someone has like something here. Yugi's 15, Jaden 16, Yusei 17, Yuma and Yuya are 14. Yusaku, who the fuck is Yusaku? Who is Yusaku? Is Yusaku Playmaker? It's 18. Anime be like that. Even freaking Yotaro is written to be 17. Yeah, and he's like huge. Yeah, he's Playmaker. Okay. Interesting. Okay, well, good context that we have right now. Okay, let's keep watching. Yusaku's Playmaker? Okay, thank you.
It's Yuma's turn, and he draws. His opening hand consists of Rai Rider, Go Giant, Gamashara, Overlay Buster, and 2 mysterious cards.
And I assume this is first season, right? This is season 1 of Sexal, right? How early is this into the first season? I assume this is before the huge plot stuff starts. I don't know.
Unable to get over a 5,000 attack point monster, he sets Rai Rider face down in defense,
Very smart.
along with Overlay Buster, and then ends his turn. It's back to Anna, and she draws Snowplow Hustle Russell. The standby phase occurs, and Rocket Arrow Express asks for its maintenance cost of 5 cards to be sent from the hand to the grave. Anna chooses not to pay this, and so it is destroyed. Now, the reason that she's abandoned her 5k monster is actually because she's got Hustle Russell in her hand now, which is a monster she can get out really easily. It doesn't require an insane maintenance cost to remain on the field, and it's got decent stats. So it makes complete sense to choose card advantage over just one singular card on the field with 5k attack. Or at least that's what I would have said if she didn't just set all 5 of her spells and traps face down right here.
What is she cooking? What is she cooking? I assume, right? The plan is to get back the first guy and exceed the 2 of them for a rank 10. And we'll see how, I guess.
Why is this insane? Because when Hustle Russell is summoned to the field, it destroys all of her spells and traps.
Oh.
It only needs to destroy 1, so she should have only set one of those cards face down. We're wasting all these resources. I'll talk about it more later.
First thing that I think about is like, oh, these cards like have effects from the graveyard or effects when they are destroyed, right? But that is or sent to the graveyard. That is not it.
A waste. For now, with Magic Jammer, a Traffic Control, Fiery Fervor, 2 mysterious spells and traps face down on the field, and Hustle Russell in hand, she ends her turn. It's Yuma's turn, and he draws Zubaba Knight. He summons Goku Giant to the field and then immediately enters his battle phase. He attempts to attack directly. However, Anna activates the effect of Snowplow Hustle Russell in her hand. When she is attacked directly, she can summon this monster straight to the field. However, by doing so, she must destroy all spells and traps on her side of the field. For each one destroyed, this card deals 200 burn damage.
Well, I guess that's why.
Is summoned to the field, her entire back row is destroyed. Yuma takes 1000 burn damage. Now,
was it worth it? Is that damage worth it? I mean, in hindsight, obviously not, right? But I don't know if like even then.
Since the number of monsters on the field changed mid-attack, a replay occurs. Yuma, unable to get over Hustle Russell, decides not to attack. Yuma ends his turn. Now, as I said earlier, Anna should not have set all 5 of the cards face down. 1000 burn damage at the cost of losing 5 back row. It's not worth it. All she should have
yeah, it's not worth it. Like any player should know that. All yeah, she's kind of like not those blow shit up kind of girl. Anaka Boom, of course. As a Russell destroys every spell on the field and deals damage for each one. Yeah, but yeah, that's what it seemed. She wanted to burn him when your deck about to burn you. When your deck is about burn, you're like this, I guess. All I'll say, you can blame Yuma for this. She decided to set them. If anything, this is strictly the writers, of course, of course. I have done this a lot with my Argo Stars deck, so I can blame her. Bro, I don't know if you can hear the dog barking outside, and I don't know why it's not stopping. I think it's somewhere like in like I don't know. It's so annoying right now. Misplaying. That's not girlfriend material. Oh, that's what Yuma didn't like, I guess. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna close the window because that is so annoying. Hold on. Well, I'm gonna die from the heat, but I think that's better than listening to the dog. That's because of the card effect. I can see why Yuma didn't love her back. I can hear the dog, but yeah, I mean, now you shouldn't be able to hear it. Okay.
What I've done is set one of those mysterious cards face down, keep the rest, and then use all the rest on the next turn or as they are needed, basically. Because these free cards could have the potential to win the duel if the duel goes in any which way or form. Magic Jammer, she can negate a powerful spell, 3 or more monsters on Yuma's field, a traffic control stops them from attacking. Yuma gets out a monster with more attack than her, double the attack of one of her monsters with Fiery Fervor.
This is such a cool art. I've never seen this card. It looks really awesome.
Keep those cards in mind. Let's just pretend she held on to them, and I'll tell you when they become important later. Oh, and by the way, Yuma's not off the hook either. Since he has a level 3 and a level 4, there was no way for him to exceed some of this turn, so he couldn't have got over Hustle Russell. However, what he does have face down is Overlay Buster. He could have used that to boost Go-Go-Go Golem's attack to 2,500. He could have then crashed it into Hustle Russell, destroying them both. Anna would now have nothing on the field. Next turn, when she draws Special Schedule, the best she can do is summon Rocket Arrow Express from the grave into defense. With 0 defense, on Yuma's next turn, he can summon Zubaba Knight, attack over it, do piercing battle damage, then attack directly with Rai Rider. Anna's final turn, she draws Train Connection. With no Earth Machines on her side of the field, this card does nothing. Yuma's turn, she loses. So yes, fun fact, Yuma could have won this duel. It would have actually taken longer than it actually does take him to win this duel. So technically he could have won in a different way. But what's better about this win is it's more decisive. If he had won this way, he basically shut Anna out the duel, basically just dominated. So what he should have done is increase the monster attack. Now, Anna had an opportunity to completely avoid this situation. All she needed to do was summon Hustle Russell into defense. So if she'd have done that, she could have avoided this scenario. It's got 3k defense, 2,500 attack, so yeah, fun fact. It's Anna's turn, and she draws Special Schedule. She activates it immediately. This lets her target
Special Schedule. Dude, I love these cards. These cards have such funny names.
One machine type monster in her grave with 3,000 or more attack, and then special summon it in face-up defense. However, it cannot change its battle position. She uses it to summon Rocket Arrow Express back from her grave. Now, with 2 level 10 monsters on her side of the field,
here we go.
She overlays them both to exceed summon her rank 10 Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon, Gustav Max.
What am I looking at?
Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon, Gustav.
It looks so weird without a cannon. What is this? It looks like a lot of blocks.
Max. It sounds so cool. It sounds so cool. Anna activates its effect.
Fun
Once
boy
per
in there.
turn, she can detach one of its materials to deal 2,000 damage to the opponent. She detaches one of its materials. Yuma takes 2,000 damage. Anna moves into a battle phase and uses Dreadnought to attack Go-Go-Go Giant. If this attack is successful, Yuma will lose.
However,
luckily, he activates his Overlay Buster. This increases the attack of Go-Go-Go Giant by 500. While it is still destroyed in the battle, the attack point increase was just enough to keep Yuma in the duel. With no more plays, Anna ends her turn. It's Yuma's turn, and the penultimate turn of the duel. He draws and gets Mirror Mail. He summons Zubaba Knight to the field and then flips up his set Rai Rider. With 2 level 3 monsters on his
Level
field,
3?
he overlays them both to Xyz summon his rank 3
What?
Temtempo the Percussion Jin in face-up defense. Yuma activates the effect of Temtempo by detaching one of its materials. Now he can target an Xyz monster on the field and detach one of its overlay units from it. By doing so, this card gains 500 attack. Dreadnought now has no materials, meaning it can no longer instantly win Anna the duel on the next turn.
This is so weird. I feel like I don't know.
Tempo's attack increases to 2200. Yuma sets Gamashora and Mirror Mail face down and ends his turn. It's Anna's turn, and the final turn of the duel.
What is gonna happen? How is she gonna lose in her turn? Hello, Martadri. Hello, hello.
She draws and gets Train Connection. She activates it. Now, by banishing 2 level 8 or higher machine-type monsters from her grave, she can equip this card to a machine-type monster. The equipped monster's attack is doubled, and it can inflict piercing battle damage. She banishes Rocket Arrow
That's
Express
huge.
and Snowplow Hustle Rustle from the grave. Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon's attack is doubled to 6,000
Jesus
and
Christ.
now deals piercing battle damage. Anna moves into the battle phase and attacks Yuma's Temtempo, attempting to go for game. However, Yuma activates his set, Gamashara. This trap can only be activated when a defense position monster is targeted for an
What's happening?
attack. This trap can only be activated when a defense position monster is targeted for an attack.
Okay.
The monster attacked is changed to attack. Following this, if the attacking monster is destroyed by that battle, the opponent takes damage equal to that monster's attack. Now,
The opponent takes damage equals as the monster attack?
first you might be thinking, what was the point of that? That monster's weak anyway, it's just going to get destroyed, it's not going to do anything. Well, that's where Yuma's final trap card kicks in. He activates Mirror Mail. This makes it so the attack of a monster being attacked is the same as the attacking monsters.
Sure, dude. Sure.
So now, with both monsters having 6,000 attack, the result of the battle is a double KO. Both are destroyed. However,
Yeah, she's gonna take the damage.
due to Gamashora's final effect, since the battling monster was destroyed, Anna now has to take 6,000 damage equal to her monster's attack. Anna loses the duel. Now, fun fact, even with the power of hindsight,
Oh my
if
God.
Anna hadn't used her equip spell this turn and simply just attacked with her 3k monster, which would have gotten over Yuma's defense position Temtempo, she still would have lost the duel. Since all the traps would have gone off anyway, she would have taken 3,000 damage and then lost her Gustav Max, having a completely empty field. Her turn ends, all Yuma would have to do is summon a 1,000 attack point monster and simply attack for game. So then the question becomes, was there any way for Anna to win the duel if she'd have held on to one of these free spells or traps? Well, unfortunately,
No.
Yuma never got out 3 monsters at the same time, so that wouldn't have helped. He never used a spell card throughout the entire duel, so that also
Depending on the team monsters, they cannot declare attacks.
wouldn't have helped. And unfortunately, he never had a monster on the field with more attack than one of her own. So no, Anna could not have won this duel, is what I would have said if we followed the real world rulings of Fiery Fervor, but the anime effect is different. And if she would
Okay,
have held on to
we're
it,
not doing that then.
she would have won the duel. But how, I hear you cry? Well, you see, Fiery Fervor in the anime, its effect doesn't actually require the opponent to have a monster with greater attack to be activated. Instead, it states, when an opponent's monster gains attack, target one face-up monster you control, equip this card to it. The attack of the equipped monster is doubled. So that means that if Anna would have saved this card from the start of the duel, she could have used its effect right after Yuma played Mirror Mail. Now, I did double check the rulings on this to make sure it would work. Obviously, Mirror Mail makes the monster match the opponent's monster, but using a card after Mirror Mail had been played doesn't actually cause Mirror Mail to boost its attack again. So the play checks out. Gustav Max attack would now increase to 12,000. Temtempo would be destroyed, and 6,000 damage would be dealt to Yuma. Anna wins the duel. And if you were wondering, could she have set this card earlier in the duel and won even earlier? Specifically, the only other point she could have used it was when Yuma's Overlay Buster was activated, Unfortunately, no, because the earliest she could have set that card was actually on that turn. So she couldn't have used it then. This is the only opportunity she could have won. But the point of the matter is, she could have won this duel. And with that, that's another duel analysis done. Want to watch another one of these with Yuma dueling? Well, I have a video right here. Or you can
It's not
watch
appearing.
this video
Oh my
right here if
god,
you
we're
want to.
getting.
Or if you really want to, oh my god, the subscribe button. It is dying. How sad.
I need to like this.
It's hard to stop. The only way to
What is this? What I eat in a day to lose weight? The hell?
save it is to give it chest compressions. What is the equivalent of that on YouTube? I guess it would be clicking the subscribe button. So I guess if you want to save the subscribe button, you have to click it and subscribe. That's the only way to save it. Thanks for watching. So cool. That's so cool.
Oh
And
my God.
activated.
Honestly, I like what they were going for with this character. Like, at least it makes sense, you know? It makes sense that her playstyle, like, I assume, right, goes with her personality from what I'm seeing, right? So I think that's cool. I think that's something that we need in the anime. So yeah, he was doing workout videos. I think he's that's in a different channel. Fun fact: the dub effect in the name is Cataclysmic Canon Kablooey. Mirror Mail is a real card. It sounds like a real card. What I'm saying is like in this particular scenario, it was like it sounds fake, you know. But I can see it being real. I'm surprised he never noticed he got Magic Jammer and a traffic control mix up during the editing. Yeah, I also did notice that. I thought like, oh, maybe I'm confused. They had to make her eat a -5 for Yuma to win. It's true, she went -5, but I don't know, I will excuse that one because it kind of feels like fits her personality. Yeah. Also, fun fact as well, the cards with the sumo dogs on it, like let loose the dogs of war, come from Sexel. I don't remember that card, and yeah, it wasn't a major mistake, just one single mistake. Yeah, seen a drawing that jokingly depicted her as the daughter of Jaden and Aki. That's some like very interesting fan fiction right there. Mostly because of the hair shape. She has an interesting hair shape. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, thank you for this very interesting video. We can keep seeing some some interesting duel. I'm surprised that this go like a video, because this seems like an non-consequential duel for the story. But yeah, it's still cool to see. So yeah, her hair is really cool. If you ask me, yeah, I think so too. Look really cool. Do we go for the next one right now? Instantly, we go for the next one. I think we go for the next one, right? I think we go for the next one. Let's see, what else can we watch? Do we go for the big one? We go for a non-consequential duel to one of the most consequential ones. I prefer Akisa to Aki. It sounds better. Akisa. And it's popular. It's why because cute girl using big train. I guess the trains are more popular than anything else. I think that sounds cool. I feel like it's an archetype that a lot of people like. I've seen it a lot. She doesn't even show up that much, like 5 episodes. Oh, that is so sad. That is so sad. This duel took place in the second half of the season 1 of Sexal. Oh, interesting. I thought it would have been earlier. So if he lost, will he have to win another duel to break up with her? I assume so. Was Yuma about to defeat Kite? Wait, does that mean that Yuma loses? That's crazy. That's crazy. Kite never lost against Yuma. What? What a spoiler. But yeah, I'll take it. Akisa's VA voice Luffy? What? Really? When I heard Akisa in the dub, I couldn't hear anyone but Monkey D. Luffy from the 4Kids dub. I haven't watched the One Piece 4Kids dub. I only watched the the other one. Wait, give me a second. The lights. There you go. I'm back. In this series, Yuma canonically loses 20 times. Oh my god, that's amazing. I love to see that. Let me check the volume.
Yuma versus Kite. These two have 3 duels throughout the Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal series. Kite stands as the bench.
The audio mixing is kinda weird, but I will try to make it work. Did Yuma beat in the manga? I have no idea. After the final duel, at the final Kite duel, Yuma never loses again. Okay. Is the absolute best second duel was a tie? Oh. Yuma has the most losses between all the other main characters. Yeah, I've heard that a lot. The 4Kids dub of One Piece is so bad it's good. I only like the opening. Don't give it up, Luffy. Don't give it up, Zoro. Don't give it up, Nami. Yeah. Yeah. Also, in the dub, Astral makes fun of Yuma, saying that he's seen him lose to a vending machine. That's an insane sentence. But ironically, Sexal was my favorite in Japan of all. Huh? Was the favorite in Japan of all the shows. Interesting. I wonder why. He has the most in lore, but not the most on screen. The pirate rap. Yo ho ho, he took a bite of gum. That is the greatest sentence in all of anime history. This is proof Yuma isn't the main character since he lost. Yuma isn't the main character. Who is the main character then, if not Yuma? What the hell? Let me get rid of something really quick. I have a lot of okay. Huh? Galaxy Eyes versus Blue Eyes, who gets it? I don't know enough about Galaxy Eyes, but you know. The fact that Yuma has a number card still is funny. Kid sucks, but he has good cards. Isn't he meant to be a really good one? Has like 40 something off screen, loses to Bronk. Yeah, he lost a lot the first because he was designed as the guy who sucks but thinks he doesn't. Oof, that's so real. That's gonna hurt. Was too prideful to accept coaching from Astral until things get more serious. That's so cool. That's such a cool concept for a character. I love that. I hope we get the Yugioh overkill moments are requested. Yes, we're gonna watch that. We have it here. We're gonna watch it later. Okay, chat. Let's get ready. Okay, let's get ready. Can you hear this? Wow, like, interesting. I'm doing that with my hands. Okay. Ooh. All right. Was Yuma about to defeat Kite? Let's watch.
Yuma versus Kite. These two have 3 duels throughout the Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal series.
The hell? They only have 3? How many duels between protagonist and rival we have in our series? Now that I think about it. I never actually thought about it, but 3 sounds like a small amount. I'm trying to think right now. Hold on. We're already like getting into something and into an entirely different conversation. But like, I'm so curious about this. I feel like that makes sense, right? It's like 3, maybe 4. I don't think it's more than that usually. The Kaiba and Yugi has like what? One duel first, then they have the one with the ghost, then the one in they don't duel into Battle City, right? That's 3, maybe 4. I don't remember. You get to fight Kaiba a lot, but that's because of filler. Yeah, I don't count filler, obviously. Yuma Early on starts terrible duelist, but as series learns how to grow. Yeah. What Yugi only duel Kaiba 2 times, 3 if you count Dark Side Dimension? It's only 2 times? Okay, yeah, that makes sense then.
Kite stands as the benchmark for Yuma and Astral's growth as duelists. Spoilers, Kite demolishes Yuma and Astral.
Demolishes?
The rematch, however, is played exclusively by Astral until the final turn, where it ends in a draw. With how things have been going, you'd think that the final duel would end with Yuma's victory. But alas, Kite wins again.
That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. I love that.
Essentially makes Kite one of only 2 rivals throughout the entire Yu-Gi-Oh! Franchise that has never lost to the main character. So the question then becomes, if we analyse all of the duels between Kite and Yuma, can we see if they really gave their all in each of them? Or if any minor changes could have changed the outcome of the duel? Let's find out.
It's so interesting. Kite plays the Galaxy Eyes, right? That's not the Tachyon by the other ones. And no, wait, is it Galaxy Eyes, right? Galaxy Eye, okay, Galaxy Eyes, okay.
The duel begins and Kite goes first. He draws, and his opening hand consists of Daybreaker, Shining Angel, Goddess with the Third Eye, Light Serpent, Photon Veil, and Photon Lead.
Wait, these are old cards, right? I'm not crazy, right? These are old cards, the Angel and the Goddess. That's so interesting. Interesting. Kevin, the manga is absent as the Battle City. Yeah, it makes
Kite
sense.
immediately activates his Photon Veil. Due to its effect, he can shuffle 3 light monsters in his hand back into his deck to add 1 to 3 level 4 or lower light monsters from his deck straight to his hand. However, if he chooses to add 3 monsters, they must all share the same name. And so, Kite shuffles his Daybreaker, Shining Angel, and Goddess with the Third Eye back into his deck, and then adds 3 copies of Daybreaker to his hand. Following this, Kite plays Photon Lead, which lets him special summon a level 4 or lower light monster in his hand. He summons his first copy of Daybreaker. Now, Daybreaker's effect kicks in. Since it was special summoned, it summons another of itself from his hand to the field. The
Is this once per turn?
second copy's effect then activates,
It's
summoning the third. With 3 level 4s on his field, he overlays all 3 to exceed summon his number 10 Illuminite. Kite
That's huge.
activates Illuminite's effect by detaching 1 material. He discards 1 card in his hand to draw 1 new card. He sends Light Serpent to the grave and draws Plasma Ball. Now, since Light Serpent was sent to the grave via an effect, its effect kicks in, allowing it to special summon itself to the field. Kite normal summons his Plasma Ball, and then with 2 level 3s on the
Right, that was all before the normal summon.
field, he overlays both to exceed summon his rank 3, number 20, Giga Brilliant. Kite ends his turn. Overall,
What? And to be continued there? What a turn to end it, dude. What is this episode? What happens in this episode that this just ends like that? That is so cool. That is so awesome. I love that.
Overall, well turn. Kite managed to get out 2 number monsters with relative ease. The only criticism I would have with this play, and it's only a small one, he could have used Giga Brilliant's effect. Might as well get his monster's attack up by 300 to 2100, and then next turn he could use it again to get it up even more. In the grand scheme of the duel, it doesn't really matter, but if we want to be technical, it would have been slightly better play. But other than that, a fine first turn. It's Yuma's turn, and he draws.
Most duels takes. I know most duels take multiple episodes, obviously, but it still like feels like weird to see it like that. That we continue only in the dub. Oh, I see. No! Why did I click on this? Sorry.
His opening hand consists of Gokugo Golem, Gagaga Magician, Zubaba Knight, Monster Slots, Cross Attack, and Copy Knight. In
Copy Knight.
contrast to Kite's turn, Yuma simply sets Gokugo Golem face down and ends his turn. It's back to Kite, and he draws something. This card won't be revealed or played. This is because Kite immediately activates the effect of his Illuminite, detaching another material to discard the card he just drew. He then draws a new card. He gets Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon. Kite uses Giga Brilliant's effect. By detaching 1 material, it increases its own attack by 300. Kite enters his battle phase and attacks Yuma's set Gokugo Golem. However, due to its effect, it's not destroyed once per battle. Kite attacks again and finishes the job. Kite moves to his main phase 2 and tributes his
What?
2 monsters to special summon his ace, Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon. You see, this monster can only be special summoned by tributing 2 monsters with 2000 or more attack. And now,
What a condition.
whilst on the field, unbeknownst to Yuma, whenever Galaxy Eyes battles, it can banish itself and the opponent's attacking monster and then return them at the end of the battle phase. By doing so,
What?
it will remove all materials from the opponent's Exceeds monster and then
Ah.
gain 500 attack for each one that it removed. The perfect monster to counter Xyz users. With this play, Kite ends his turn. It's back to Yuma, and he draws Blustering Winds. He summons Gagaga Magician and then activates monster slots. Now, by targeting 1 monster on the field and 1 monster in his grave, with the same level, he can banish the monster in the grave and then draw 1 new card. And if that drawn card is the same level as the other 2 monsters, he can special summon it. He banishes his Golem and draws the level 4 Ganbara Knight. Now, with 2 level 4s, Yuma overlays both to Xyz summon his number 39 Utopia.
That's the guy. That's my goat right there. It's Orbital who has that time slow power to the very small fraction, which doesn't affect the number holders, as they are who he must duel. Claim those cards by winning. What? Usually summoning of Galaxy Eye Soldier, since it. Oh, right. Galaxy Eye Soldier. Wait, is Galaxy Soldier, right? Or was it? I don't remember. But yeah.
Yuma activates Blustering Winds. This increases Utopia's attack by 1000. Now, with enough attack, Yuma enters his battle phase and attacks Galaxy Eyes. However, Kite reveals Galaxy Eyes' effect. Both monsters are banished. Yuma
And now he's
ends
gonna
the
come
battle
back
phase,
with
and
more
then both
attack.
return. However, Utopia has
And
lost its
the materials, without
while
materials.
Galaxy Eyes has gained 1000 attack. Yuma ends by
Huge.
setting his Copy Knight trap face down. It's Kite's turn and he draws Photon Wind.
The Zootopia also get destroyed. It doesn't, right? In the anime, when it gets attacked with no materials.
Kite immediately enters his battle phase and attacks Utopia. Since numbers can only be destroyed in battle by other numbers, Utopia isn't destroyed.
Okay, so I guess it's different in the anime. I forget like how they changed all the numbers effects, how they work. Yeah, probably Galaxy Soldier. I just remember it had a single eye. Yeah, I think it's Galaxy Soldier.
However, Yuma still takes the damage. Kite activates his quick play spell, Photon Wind,
Ooh, quick play.
which, when a monster inflicts battle damage, but the monster isn't destroyed, it allows him to inflict 1000 damage to the opponent and then draw a card. Yuma takes 1000
Another very
damage.
specific. I love how in this anime, when they take damage, they just end up flying and stuff. Like it's so
Draws
extra.
Luminize. Kite ends his turn by setting Luminize face down. It's Yuma's turn, and the penultimate turn of the duel.
Wait, already? Oh, this is the first duel. Oh, we wanna see all the duels. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what? Okay.
Yuma hesitantly draws and gets Mirror Mail. Here, Yuma is faced with 2 options. Switch Utopia into defense, or attempt to take Galaxy Eyes head on. Astral advises Yuma not to play cautiously, as most likely, Kite will have prepared for such an event. And so, Yuma decides to go all out. However, ironically, in hindsight, if Yuma would have done his play, switched Utopia into defense and played defensively, he would have lived longer in the duel. He would have gained another turn. Going all out, Yuma summons Zubaba Knight. Now, since the level 4 warrior was summoned, he can activate Copy Knight, which summons itself as a copy of Zubaba Knight with 0 attack and defense. Yuma overlays both to Xyz summon his rank 3 Leviathan Dragon. He detaches 1 material from it to activate its effect. It increases its own attack by 500. Yuma then activates Cross Attack, targeting Utopia and Leviathan Dragon. Since both have the same attack, he can now attack directly with one, while preventing the other from attacking at all. And so,
Interesting. That sounds like a made-up effect.
Yuma attempts to attack directly. However, Kite plays his set Luminize, which negates the attack, and instead increases Galaxy Eyes' attack by Utopia's attack. Yuma ends his turn by setting Mirror Mail face down. The plan here was to attack with 2500 attack, wait for Kite's turn. Kite declares an attack with Galaxy Eyes. Yuma plays Mirror Mail. This will make both of the monsters attack each other. Galaxy Eyes will be destroyed, and then Yuma can attack directly for the game. However, it's not going to work.
Yeah,
It's
that's not
Kite's
gonna
turn,
happen.
And the final turn of the duel. He draws and gets Photon Cerberus. He summons it to the field and then activates its effect to prevent either player from activating set trap cards on the field. With Mirror Mail unable to be activated, Yuma and Astral have no defense. Kite attacks for game.
That's it?
However,
Oh, that's more.
before the attack can connect, Kite receives word that his brother has collapsed. Kite
What?
abandons the duel.
What did they do to Mokuba? Oh, they really did the Mokuba thing. Interesting. And he just leaves? What a good brother.
The duel ends with no winner. However, definitively, Kite won this match. Even more so, he won this match and didn't take a single life point of damage. As the camera pans away, Yuma and Astral are left distraught. Overall,
What about
this
the
duel
other
is really
person
simple
there?
to analyze. Kite played the best possible duel he could with the cards he had. Honestly, there wasn't much more he could have done better. Whereas for Yuma and Astral, the crucial moment was unfortunately not playing defensively in that turn. I'm not going to call it a misplay because you need hindsight. Going for what they thought could have been the win was legit, could have been the win. It just depended on what Kite's face down was and then what card he was about to draw next turn, which unfortunately stopped the attack and then stopped his trap card. However, had Yuma simply switched his Utopia into defense and then ended his turn there, well, what could have happened is when it's Kite's turn, he would have summoned his Cerberus, the back row wouldn't have worked regardless. Kite would have attacked with his Galaxy Eyes, removing both monsters. He would have attacked directly with his Cerberus. Yuma would have had about 200 life points left, and then next turn, Cerberus's effect would have ended. So it's possible that Yuma could have got his Mirror Mail playoff on the next turn. However, it all depends on what Kite would have drawn for his next turn. So it's just speculation, but
So it's impossible to really say for sure.
did have a chance if he played defensively. Astral gave not bad advice, but unfortunately advice that ultimately cost him the duel. Anyway, let's jump into the next duel.
Backseating goes crazy here. His brother's name is Hart. He's Mokuba. He already knows he won. I see. I don't know if he's the type of character that would assume, oh yeah, it's I already won. Who cares? I just think he didn't care about winning or losing. It's just like Bird is more important. I feel like that's what it will be, right? Who cares who win there? There was a 50-50 chance of what you want to try and do. Yeah. An episode of Arc 5 showed that knockback from damage was less powerful when the small children are playing, though that implies getting thrown around like that in any kind was designed on purpose. So hype though. Would you do it? Would you do it? Would I do it? I will do it for content, yes. Alright, second duel.
The rematch begins, and Astral goes first. He draws, and his starting hand consists of Go Golem, Double Defender, Battle Break, and 3 cards that are never seen, never used, and will ultimately be shuffled into the deck later in the duel.
Wow.
Astral sets Go Golem and Battle Break face down, and ends his turn. It's Kite's turn, and he draws. His opening hand consists of Reverse Buster, Photon Circle, Photon Leo, Galaxy Storm, Photon Spear, and Photon Hurricane.
I like how we see completely different hands. Like none of the cards are repeated, right? Or unless I'm missing something. But yeah, it feels like all of the cards are completely different.
He begins by summoning Reverse Buster. He then enters his battle phase and attacks. Due to Reverse Buster's effect, spell and traps can't be activated until the end of the damage step. And not only that, but when this monster attacks a set monster, the monster attacked is immediately destroyed.
Wait, no, the golem was
and
summoned,
this card
right?
gains 500 attack. Kite sets Photon Hurricane face down and ends his turn. It's Astral's turn, and he draws Go Giant. He summons
that was
it,
also there.
and then uses its effect to special summon Go Golem.
Yeah,
from
no,
his
they were
brain.
also there. My
This
bad.
effect then switches Giant into defense.
Wait,
Afraid
I-
of Kite's set card and Galaxy Eyes in his deck, Astral decides not to summon Utopia.
Interesting.
Instead, he activates Double Defender to negate 1 attack every turn, so long as he controls 2 monsters in face-up defense. Astral sets a mysterious trap face down here. This trap won't be revealed, it won't be played, and it's going to get bounced back into his deck in a minute. It's implied to be defensive in nature, so do with that information what you will, but yeah, doesn't matter what it is. Astral ends his turn. It's Kite's turn, and he draws Armored Back. It turns out, not summoning Utopia was a grave mistake, as Kite activates his set Photon Hurricane. This spell returns all spell and traps on the field back to the hand. Kite reveals here that if Yuma had summoned Utopia, he couldn't have defended against it.
That is already really bad. I also like how we see cards that are anime only and are available IRL, but it all looks fake because I never see Galaxy Eye player using half of these cards. So true, so true.
Could have destroyed his monster, and by destroying his monster, Kite wouldn't be able to do the play he's about to do now. So, this is actually the second huge misplay Astral has made so far. He played too defensively, he played too cautiously, and it's going to cost him. Kite
He thinks he's so smart because he's the best the best duelist or whatever. I actually don't remember the lore, but he's meant to be like a really good duelist, right? But like he's like trying to count. He's too tunnel vision, right? That's tunnel vision, and that happens in real duels. When you focus so much on one aspect of your opponent's playstyle, you end up not getting the full picture. Yeah.
Buttes Reverse Buster and summons Photon Leo. Photon Leo's effect then activates, which, when it's summoned, forces Astral to shuffle his entire hand back into his deck and then draw the same amount of cards. Astral shuffles Double Defender, Battle Break, and 3 mysterious cards into his deck. He then draws Zubaba Knight, Decrease, Drop Exchange, Akorno, and Kagito Kage. Kite activates Photon Spear, equipping it to Photon Leo. This grants it piercing battle damage. Photon Leo attacks and destroys Gokugo Giant, dealing damage to Astral. Kite sets Armored back face down and ends his turn. It's back to Astral, and he draws Xyz Reflect. He summons Zubaba Knight. Astral discards Decrease in order to special summon Akorno. Astral activates Drop Exchange. By sending 2 monsters to his grave, he can summon a monster in his hand with the sum of the monster's levels. He sends his level 3 and level 1 to the grave to summon his level 4 Kagito.
Oh, that looks so cool.
Astral
Wait, what? That looks awesome. I didn't know it looked like that in the anime. That looks so cool. He's an absolute smug lord and we love him for it. Yeah. I really like the character. Like, I don't know much about him, but he looks like a type of character that I would enjoy. Yeah.
Overlays Gokugo Golem and Kagito Kage to Xyz summon number 39, Utopia. Utopia attacks. Photon Leo is destroyed. However, Kite activates his set Armored Back, which brings back Photon Leo and re-equips it with Photon Spear. Astral sets Xyz Reflect face down and ends his turn. It's Kite's turn, and he draws Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon. He summons Photon Circle, and then activates Photon Spear's second effect.
Oh, there's
Photon
more?
Leo is now treated as 2 tributes for a monster. And
Oh,
so
I wonder why.
Kite tributes Photon Leo to special summon Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon. Kite attacks Utopia. As he does,
Little
he
shadow
uses its effect to
lizard.
banish both. Photon Circle then attacks directly. The battle phase ends, both monsters return, Galaxy Eye's attack increases, while Utopia's materials are gone. Kite ends by activating his Galaxy Storm. This destroys an Xyz monster that has no overlay unit. However, Astral activates his set Xyz Reflect to negate the effect of Galaxy Storm and instead inflict 800 damage to Kite. It's back
Very
to
specific
Astral,
number.
and he draws Clean Barrier, Clear Force. Astral performs a Chaos Xyz evolution, overlaying his Utopia with his number C39 Utopia Ray. Astral activates Utopia Ray's effect, detaching 1 material so that it can increase its own attack by 500 and then decrease 1 monster the opponent controls by 1000.
You know, I've seen so many Utopia cards in Master Duel, which is the main thing I play, and I haven't seen that many. Or rather, I see a lot, and I don't know how many are from the anime, because I know in the last duel between Astral and Yuma, there is also a lot of Utopias. So I don't know if there is a good way of seeing which cards are from the anime and which ones are from, they came out later. No one wants to play Utopia Rays. I can see, I can imagine. Kage Tokage is such a fun name. Thank you for teaching me Japanese name for Shadow, Kage, and Lizard. Tokage. Oh, that literally means Shadow Lizard. Kage Tokage. Interesting. But like To means end, right? So it's like Shadow and Shadow. Is that how it works? Is that how it works? I do like how Chaos X's evolutions were adapted in the modern day, just automatic rank ups like Nova into Infinity. Yeah, that is cool. It feels like you're basically being nerfed with having more like another card in your extra deck, but it makes sense, I guess. There's like 5 of them. Oh, I see. And this is why Yuma gained Utopia Monster that can overlay on each other, because damn, it is annoying for people to take away his materials. Oh, a majority were from the anime, but some new ones, like the most recent upgrades to Yuma's card. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I don't know, because sometimes you get cards that were in the anime later. Like, just because they are new cards in the TCG or OCG, or those doesn't mean that they were in the anime. Like, we just got not we just got, right? But I feel like we got a character like a card from GX like 15, like 17 years later. I don't remember which one was it. There were cards like that are released like way later. I guess to find JP name that got rewritten instead of it was Madolchi Puddingses. Was like Puddingses, pudding, and the whole world is just princess in JP accent. Puddingses. It was a pun. Yeah, it's like that localization is like hard to do, I bet. But it makes sense.
Astral attacks Photon Circle, attempting to go for game. However, it is revealed any damage inflicted in battles via Circle is halved. Astral sets Clean Barrier Clear Force face down and ends his turn. As he does, Utopia Ray's attack returns to normal. It's Kite's turn, and the penultimate turn of the duel. He draws Photon Shock. Kite immediately enters his battle phase and attacks Utopia Ray, attempting to go for game. However, Astral activates Clear Force to return the attack of all monsters Kite controls to their original values. Utopia Ray is not destroyed as Galaxy Eyes isn't a number, and Astral survives the battle. Kite ends his battle phase, and as he does, Galaxy Eyes' attack returns to 4000.
This number thing is so annoying, like they being unable to be destroyed. Honestly, if the cards are I too good, they were from the anime, and if they are arguably broken, they are from the OCG. And Baron was released over 15 years after 5Ds in 2023 pack. Wait, really? It came out in 2023? Interesting.
And here, something very weird happens. We don't actually see Kite end his turn. Instead, we cut to Yuma and all the shenanigans going on outside of the duel, and the next time we come back to the duel, it's the start of Astral's turn.
Interesting.
However, something happened in this end phase, which wasn't shown on screen. And what is it? Well, it's because they didn't show him set Photon Shock face down. Keep this detail in mind and observe all of the shots I'm about to show you, because you will not see a set trap at all, except for when Kite activates the card. It's Astral's turn, and
that's
the final
so
turn
weird.
Of the duel. Yuma appears with the power of Zexal and merges
the power of
with
Zexal?
Using this new power, Yuma performs a Shining Draw. A Shining Draw allows a duelist to draw any card they so wish. However, if they're exceptionally strong, they can even fabricate a card into reality that's perfect in helping them with the situation at hand. And that's exactly what happens here.
Yeah, I know, I have to say it. It's tradition at this point. I have to say it. This is so weird, and then someone in the comment is gonna say, oh, this is the same that Yugi did in it's like the Destiny Draw or whatever. It's always been there. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. I'm a boomer. I don't know anything. No, but I actually do agree. It makes sense. It's the same thing. It's just like the way that it's portrayed in the anime is kinda weird, and it seems weird. I don't know. It kinda takes me out instead of just believing. But it's the same thing. I get it. I understand. It's just like that Utopia Overframe Retrain. If you remember, it cannot be destroyed by battle unless it's attacked by another monster. I don't remember the retrain's effects right now. Super Saiyan mode, yeah, it's a Super Saiyan. Yeah. That's why. What was it? The theory that we saw the other day that Yu-Gi-Oh and Dragon Ball were from the same universe or whatever.
Yuma manifests ZW Unicorn Spear to the top of his deck.
What?
He equips it to Utopia Ray. Due to its effect, the attack of Utopia Ray is increased by 1900. Utopia Ray then attacks Galaxy Eye's Photon Dragon. The second effect of Unicorn Spear then activates. This prevents Galaxy Eyes from using its effect during the battle phase. If this attack is successful, Kite loses the duel.
Very convenient, right? How do you create the perfect card and still lose?
However, Kite plays his set Photon
The
Shock,
one that we
which
never
makes Yuma
saw being
take
set.
the same amount of battle damage he would take. And so, Utopia Ray destroys Galaxy Eyes, and both duelist life points drop to 0. The duel ends in a tie.
Oh,
So
interesting.
My question becomes, when did Kite set that trap card? Well, we know now, doesn't it? It was in the last turn, but they never showed it. I'm gonna blame the animators for this. In terms of this duel, though, Kite was on top of the entire duel. Astral did have an opportunity to swing the duel into his favor, but played too defensively, which is ironic considering that's what let him down in the last duels. Kite played his best he possibly could. Unfortunately, however you feel about the ability to manifest a card to the top of your deck to counter a very specific situation, that ultimately was the power that they had, and they used it to almost win the duel. So I think this duel was fair, ending in a draw. I also think was fair and square. However, we have one final duel to look at.
How do you still lose? You just have to be him, no one else. It has to be him. It was called number 39, Utopia Envoy of Light. This is like how in Bleach, where using your Bankai wasn't even an auto-win move and you still could lose. Yeah, if the other, like the opponent also does the same or something like that, right? And maybe Yuma could do that because he was really an alien. Some of the other characters were and didn't know it until something happened later to bring the memory back. Wait, really? That's so awesome. Because Yuma forgets to add when you activate this card, you win the duel to the cards he creates. Yeah, I mean there has to be a limit, right? But like, how far does it go? That's what I wonder. Imagine manifesting Max C into your opening hand. That would be so messed up. I don't think we ever see something like Max C in the anime. I don't think so, right? It's only in that one manga. To this day, Kaito doing so well against Yuma's manifestation is what makes Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything put Kite in his top 5 of all time. What? Yuma makes fair cards specific for his need. Yuma makes his card fair. Yeah, he makes fair cards. I guess you have to make them fair, like something that would exist. I draw Maxi. Yuma vs Kaito run 2 is the last episode of Sexal's first half. How many, like, so what? How many seasons? There is 4 seasons? Or 3 seasons? But I understand the idea. No one can be Yugi. Definitely not. Not even Yugi could be Yugi. They never put any restriction to the creation of cards. They literally say a true duelist creates the cards they draw. Interesting. I know there is technically no restriction, but like they are like what they think will be a reasonable card to exist, right? I would assume so. I don't know. I'm sure there is no rules about it. It's just do you canon at this point. I don't remember anything like that besides Yusei having effect Veiler. No, definitely not. Kite goes up against plot armor on the level of Yugi's Destiny Draw and still wins. That's really impressive. Yeah, no, totally. Very impressive. Okay, let's see the last duel. Kite's
The
Light.
final duel begins, and Yuma goes first. He draws, and his opening hand consists of Ganbara Knight, Gagaga Magician, Double Bind, Flash Effect, Zero Zarok, and Dimension Gate. Yuma starts by summoning his Ganbara Knight in attack. He then activates the continuous spell Zero Zarok to prevent all face-up attack position monsters with 0 attack from being targeted for attacks.
What an
Yuma
interesting effect.
ends his turn. It's Kite's turn, and he draws. Note that Kite's heart isn't in this duel.
What?
Oh my god, I just got it. His brother's name's Heart. His heart's not in the duel because his brother's safe now. That's incredible. Do you think they knew that? I don't know, but that's just a good coincidence.
What?
Kite's opening hand consists of Photon Thrasher, Photon Crusher, Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon, Battle Gravity, Galaxy Burst, and Battle Simulation. As Kite controls no monsters, he special summons Photon Thrasher. He then normal summons Photon Crusher. Kite tributes both to special summon Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon.
So
Kite
fast.
enters his battle phase and attacks. As he does, he activates the quick play spell Galaxy Burst to halve the attack of his Photon monster, and then target 2 face-up cards the opponent controls and negate their effects. Gumbara Knight and 00 Rock have their effects negated. Gumbara Knight is destroyed. Kite enters his main phase 2 and activates Battle Gravity. Now, if a player controls a monster that did not attack that turn, they take 1000 damage when the battle phase ends. Kite sets his Battle Simulation face down, and as he does, Galaxy Eyes' attack returns to normal. It's Yuma's turn.
That's
and he draws
such an interesting effect.
Goblinberg. He summons Goblinberg and then activates its effect to special summon a level 4 or lower monster in his hand. He summons Gagaga Magician. Yuma overlays both to exceed summon his Utopia. Utopia attacks Galaxy Eyes. However, he uses Utopia's effect by detaching 1 material to negate his own attack. Now, since a
Oh, we're cooking so hard with this.
monster's effect was activated during the battle phase, Yuma can activate his Flash effect, which increases the attack of Utopia by 800, and then negates the effects of all monsters on the field.
What?
Due to this, Utopia's own effect is negated, meaning it can't negate its own attack. And so,
What a dude! Excuse me? So he declared an attack? Like that's a chain, right? So the first thing that he does is he attacks, right? Then he negates his attack. Then he activates the quick play spell. The quick spell to negate his effect of negating his attack. Dude, wow, what? That is crazy, dude. Who comes up with that? That's a crazy play. Basically, he changed effect Baylor to his own monster, except Baylor also boosts attack. Yeah, you negates his own attacks a lot. That is such a crazy play. I love that. I love that. And he ends up negating also the opponent's effect, so that it can attack, right? That is so cool. That is so cool. Honestly, that is one of the coolest plays I've seen. Like in general. You can watch Yu-Gi-Oh! I wanna believe. What? He just chain linked. Yeah, he kept chain linking his own effects. That is so cool.
attack continues. However, before the attack can connect, Kite activates Battle Simulation, which halves the attack of both battling monsters and prevents either from being destroyed by the battle. That would be the case, except Yuma plays Double Bind. Now, by targeting 1 monster he controls, whose attack has been decreased, he can double its attack and make it so that if that monster battles and the opponent's monster isn't destroyed by battle due to a card effect, then that effect is not applied. I'm just gonna jump in.
What the fuck? What is this, dude? Quick play spells go brrr. Dude, what is this? Those were such a specific effects. I love it. I love it.
In here, real quick. Zexal has some of the most situational cards I've ever heard of in my entire life. Did you just hear what I just explained to you? You would never play this card in real life. It is so hyper-specific to such a specific scenario. I guess he's put this in because he knows he's playing Kite, but come on, it's a bit. Yeah, it's fine. Let's carry on.
You know what? Even though I know those are like made up cards and make no sense, and that card like makes no sense existing, even playing against your, like, as a counter for the specific deck your opponent is playing, it is still cool to see it. That was still cool. The cool factor here beats everything, because that was such a cool play. Yeah, this is when the combos go long and complicated. No, I love it. I love this. I'm loving this. A chain link in my Yu-Gi-Oh anime, blasphemy. I haven't watched that in years. And they are real cards. That's the worst part. Oh my god. Again, Sexual is carrying dual specific spell trap cards. Yes.
Pia destroys Galaxy Eyes. The battle phase ends, and Flash Effect, Battle Simulation, and Double Bind's effects all end. Yuma sets something face down and ends his turn.
Interesting.
As he does, Kite gives up. His passion and motivation for dueling have gone. and he no longer sees any reason to continue. The context for
What
this
happened, dude? Yeah, it's a lot cooler than just flip floodgates, lol. Yeah, no, totally, obviously. This is, I like the back and forth in just one action, right? That keeps going more.
don't know is that he used to duel so that he could save his brother, who's a number hunter. However, his brother is safe now, so what is he dueling for exactly? Well, luckily, after a speech from
What? There is no reason for me to go on. What? What am I fighting for? That's what he said.
both Yuma and Astral, Kite gains a new outlook on dueling. He smiles and returns to the duel.
Oh, it's
Kite's
just that
turn
easy,
and
okay.
He draws Card of Adversities. Since Kite controls no monsters and Yuma controls a special summon monster, he can activate it, allowing him to draw 2 new cards. He draws Excel Light and Daybreaker. Kite plays Excel Light since he controls no monsters. This lets him special summon a level 4 light monster from his deck. He summons Daybreaker. Daybreaker's effect kicks in, allowing him to special summon another copy from his hand. Kite overlays his 2 Daybreakers to exceed summon his Starliege Paladynamo. Kite activates its effect by detaching 1 material. This lets him decrease the attack of 1 monster to 0 and negate the effect of all other cards on the field.
Okay,
Since
dude.
Utopia's effect was negated, this means it has lost its number protection, and so Starliege Paladynamo attacks and destroys it. Kite ends his turn.
Oh, that's an effect. Interesting. So it can be negated. Ooh, I don't think we've seen that before. Have we? Have we? Actually, maybe we have. I don't know, dude. I'm like some effects are like so overcomplicated that I miss some stuff. Sorry about that. A ball fighter with no ball to fight. Mega mind. You know, that's a cool phrase. I love that. I think he just sees dueling as a means to an end. Yeah, and now there's no point. Did they explain how the brother was cured? I don't think so, and I don't think we need that right now. I would probably enjoy to watch that in the anime when I watch it. His version of Pot of Greed. Now he just wants to beat his friend's ass in a card game. No, that's what it's all about. We love to see that. Paladynamo definitely feels like a card a numbers hunter will use. Very nice. Like, huh? Daybreaker is Princess Celestia's dark name from My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. Daybreaker is Princess Celestia's dark name from My Little Pony. What am I reading? Sorry, I'm missing that lore. Palo was decent for a light deck in general, since it also draws 1 if it's destroyed. So like a kind of like a staple for that type of deck. Interesting. Tune in to check if you were reacting to yes anime, and you were for the billionth time. Dude, we love it. Chad loves it. What can I say? I'm enjoying it.
It's Yuma's turn, and he draws Card of Spell Containment. He activates it to draw 2 cards, at the expense of being unable to activate any more spell cards or set any other cards for the rest of this turn. Yuma draws Gagaga Clerk and Gagaga Caesar.
Yuma
love Gagaga
summons Clerk.
Caesar and then special summons Clerk, since there is a Gagaga monster on the field. Yuma activates Caesar's effect to banish Ganbara Knight from his grave to change all monsters on the field to the same level as the banished monster. With 2 level 4s, Yuma overlays into rank 4 heroic champion Excalibur. He uses Excalibur to attack Paladynamo. As he does, he uses its effect to detach all of its materials to double its attack. Paladynamo is destroyed.
Oh, that's so cool. They did a thing.
Kicks in, allowing Kite to draw 1 card. Kite draws Xyz's double back. Yuma's turn ends, and Excalibur's attack returns to normal. It's Kite's turn, and he draws Galaxy Zero. He activates Galaxy Zero to revive Galaxy Eye's Photon Dragon. However, its effects are negated, and this card is equipped to it. Kite attacks Excalibur. Due to the third effect of Galaxy Zero, Photon Dragon loses 800 attack whenever it declares battle. Excalibur is destroyed. As the battle phase ends, Galaxy Eyes' attack returns to normal. Kite sets Xyz's double back face down and ends his turn. It's Yuma's turn, and he draws Gagaga Draw. He activates it by banishing 3 Gagaga monsters in his grave. Now he can draw 2 new cards.
Oh,
He
that's it,
banishes
the Pot of
Caesar,
Greed.
Clerk, and Magician, and draws Xyz's Revival and Dimension Gate. Yuma activates Xyz's Revival to special summon Utopia back from the grave. Yuma then Chaos Xyz evolutions Utopia into number C39 Utopia Ray.
Oh,
Yuma
it's the same
activates
one.
the effect of Utopia Ray, detaching Utopia to decrease Galaxy Eyes' attack and increase his own. Yuma attacks Galaxy Eyes, but Kite activates the fourth effect of Galaxy Zero.
Do you know how insane that sounds? The fourth effect? Do you know how insane that sounds? It's crazy, dude.
Lets him send it to the grave to prevent the destruction of Galaxy Eyes once in battle. However, the final effect of Galaxy Zero then activates. Since it was sent to the grave, it reduces the attack of Galaxy Eyes to 0. It seems like Kite is about to lose. However,
Unbelievable.
you all forgot about Yuma's Zero Zarok.
What?
Due to its effect, monsters with 0 attack can't be attacked.
Shut
And
up,
so now,
dude. No way. That's so...
Yuma is the one in trouble. If he can't declare an attack, he'll lose 1000 life points due to Kite's battle gravity. To avoid this, Yuma uses Dimension Gate. This banishes Utopia, and now since he doesn't control a monster, he doesn't receive any damage. Yuma ends by setting Xyz double back face down. It's Kite's turn, and the final turn of the duel. He draws and gets Galaxy Wizard. He summons
Galaxy
it and then uses its
Wizard.
effect to treat it as 2 level 8 monsters. Kite overlays his Galaxy Eyes and Galaxy Wizard.
Excuse
bringing
me?
out his rank 8 Neo Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon. However, due to Galaxy Wizard's final effect, it removes 2000 attack from Neo Galaxy Eyes. Kite attacks directly. However, Yuma plays the second effect of Dimension Gate. By sending it to the grave when attacked, he can summon back Utopia Ray with its effects negated. A replay occurs and Kite attacks again. Both monsters are destroyed. Now, since Yuma's Xyz monster was destroyed and he has no monsters on the field, he can activate his Xyz double back. This card can only be played on the turn his monster is destroyed. He can now resummon the Xyz monster just destroyed, along with another Xyz monster in his grave.
Really?
That has equal or less attack to it. However, they are destroyed during the end phase of his next turn. With both monsters back, it seems as if Yuma is set up for victory.
Oh no,
However,
what is it
Kite
now?
plays his own Xyz double back. He summons Neo Galaxy Eyes and Galaxy Eyes. Both monsters attack and destroy Yuma's monsters. Kite wins the duel.
That was such an Uno reverse card. That is so funny. It's like literally the same card, but yeah, with better monsters, I guess. That is so crazy. That is absolutely insane. It's pretty nice that this is a casual. Yeah, there is no stakes in this. This is an actual casual match. I know he was fighting for other stuff before. Now I didn't know the context. That is so cool. Absolutely stacked with spell. Everything. In Sexal, they cheated a lot of Xyz with 3 as 2 materials effects. Very reminiscent of Jaden versus Zane, where both duelists had battle fusion, except this time the rival won. The other time we're a draw, right? Like the second match in this. Interesting. Bro was ready. Oh, 100%.
This final play elicits memories of the graduation match from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. However, the card they used back then was Battle Fusion. Ironically, both Zane and Kite are the only rivals to the main character that have never lost to the main character. So that makes this play all the more fitting, really. Kite
Yeah,
helps
like Zane
Yuma
the
up
goat.
after his defeat. Yuma promises that in their next duel, he will win. However, there will be no next duel.
No.
Which then poses the question to all of you. This duel happened on episodes 72 and 73. There are around 140 episodes of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal.
140?
So, with 70 more episodes of character development, dueling development, and deck development, who would win in a final duel at the end of the series?
That's so weird. That is I guess it's the main rival, but they don't duel again. They only do like half the series, and then after that, there is no duels between protagonist and rival. I guess the same happens in the original, right? Yui and Kaiba, they also didn't duel again after Battle City. Yuma has 2 rivals? Yeah. Yeah, Sexal has a total of 146 episodes, 8 less than 5Ds. At least Jaden Dueled Chaz? Question mark? I don't know, dude.
Kite Tenjo, or Yuma Tsukumo?
Takes at least the
I'll let
high
you guys
stakes
answer
plot.
that in the
Yeah, I
comment
guess that makes
section
sense.
below. It's interesting how Yuma and Astral didn't rely on a Zexal morph in this duel. I guess this duel was more for fun. It could be argued that Yuma and Astral didn't give their 100% in this duel. So, yeah, those are the facts. Let me know what you think.
No
in the comment
shining
section
draw.
below. But other than that, thank you all for watching. Catch you later.
Yeah. Thank you, Colonel Sanders for the follow. Thank you. How many rivals does Pepper have? Right now, I don't think I play with a lot of people to consider anyone like an actual rival. I don't think so. But it would be cool to have one. Honestly, that would probably ruin my life. If I had an actual rival, I would like be like theory crafting the whole time just to beat this person in particular. Hi, and also happy Mario Day. Oh yeah, it's Mario Day right now. Well, in Europe. For me, not yet. It's gonna be tomorrow. But yeah, happy Mario Day. Your sister? That's all I can think. I mean, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I don't know if we will be like rivals like that. Fun fact about Sexal, it was literally the last Saturday morning cartoon to be aired before they stopped doing Saturday morning cartoon. Wait, really? That is such an interesting thing. I don't know. Saturday morning Monday cartoon has never been a thing for me because, well, I actually don't know. I feel like that's more of an American thing. I don't live in the US, so I don't think we had that. I think it was always different. So I didn't know that. I missed that part of the American lore. Brain has 120 episodes, 7 has 92 episodes, and Go Rush 151. How many GX have? The one about Soulburner vs Blue Girl makes me angry. They made Aoi so dirty there. I already watched it. We're gonna you can check the bot. We watched it like a few minutes ago. Yeah, for people watching this on YouTube right now on its own highlight video, we already watched this. We watched the other one with Blue Angel versus Playmaker. Yeah, so they should probably be already uploaded in the channel. So yeah, thank you everyone for recommending this. Always cool to see more about the Yu-Gi-Oh series that I haven't watched. So yeah, we're gonna go to watch more. Yeah. That's a like right there. Alright, chat, let's go for the next one. Pepper's ace deck is Cyber Dragons, right? Mine is Elemental Heroes. I'm practically one of his rivals. That is such a... I know... Wait, what character talks like that? I feel like that is such a... what is the name? Like Hasselberry thing to say. That is such a Hasselberry thing to say. I got a video for you in the Discord. Thank you so much, Colonel Sanders. I think I'm not gonna watch new suggestions today, but we're gonna save it for the next time. There is a lot of recommendations today. 25 ways to break a Switch Lite. That is an interesting recommendation. We will see. Do you understand the concept of rivals as a small child back when Pokemon will probably be your first exposure to it? So I was one of the people that always named them something like douchebag. Pablo is Pepper's rivals for sure. Pepper's rival. Pablo, I feel like that would make more sense. How Pablo is always like crafting something to counter me in particular. Not to counter me, but to annoy me more than anything. Hello, Need More Memory. Welcome to the stream. I was like, my rival? That probably means the guy who I hate. Yeah, that is not the thing. Farface Pepper's rival. That's crazy. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX has 180 episodes. Oh, that's way longer, and is the series with the most amount of on-screen duels. I feel like maybe it's because in GX there is also like a lot of like one episode duels. I don't know how common that is. Oh, by the way, Pepper, I forgot to say this months ago. I sent you a friendly hello from Puerto Rico. Hi. And hello from Lima, Peru. Yeah. I don't know much about Puerto Rico. I like, I don't know, Iron Mouse. I like Bad Bunny. I like reggaeton. What is the thing? I like reggaeton. Yeah, that I can say that is from Puerto Rico, right? A lot of musicians, cool musicians from Puerto Rico. I love that. We're talking about GSC here, cause I'm almost 40. Really? That we have I've seen that a lot of my viewers are in the older side, so that's cool. That's awesome. We love to see that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters has 224 episodes, and I think half of it are filler. Yeah, that's the thing. That kind of messes up with the numbers, because it's a lot of filler arcs. Also, chat, I want to remind something from people who are new here. I just want to remind you that you can like and subscribe to this video if you're enjoying the content and the reactions. It will be really awesome if you subscribe, and it will help me a lot. I want to get to 1,000 followers. I mean, it will be awesome to get it this month. I don't think it will be possible, but it will be really cool. 1,000 followers will be an insane milestone for me, especially because I've been streaming. I mean, I created this channel like what, 3 months ago, at around 3 or 4 months ago, and we have been growing so much. And getting to 1,000 means that I will be able to fully monetize the channel, and that will help me a lot to get more content. So if you can subscribe, ring the bell, it will be amazing. Thank you. Hermanos, somos casi vecinos. I mean, in a way, yeah, we are. In a way, we are. GX has a lot of duels that exist just for the sake of it. As much as I like what it became later on, it is a pity that the show abandoned its original premise. Yeah, I really like the concept of the Duel Academy and people just trying to be better duelists, right? And learning. And then it becomes like about like supernatural stuff. Not my cup of tea. But I still enjoy a lot of the duels. Filler arcs in Duel Monsters 24, Virtual World 39, Doma 13, KC Grand Prix. That's a lot of episodes. I like to think there is some kind of significance to being alive at the time where the internet wasn't a thing outside of what the government used to move that data around. Yeah, it's cool to have lived in a world without internet before, and without a lot of digital stuff, and see that change of it. Like as a millennial, you kind of remember how things used to be, and now like Gen Zers and Gen Alphas don't know a world without internet. You can always get all the information and anytime you want. I think that's a cool thing. We should probably stop milking the Farfa collab thing that much. It would be cool, but I don't want it to get annoying to our people. Yeah, so involving someone that has nothing to do with this is kinda weird. So sorry about that. You recall GX episode filler when the manga of GX is a completely different story. Not to mention the filler characters are seen again. Damon and Velosky. Dude, Velosky is one of my favorite characters. Dude. Such a cool character. Only like appears in like 2 episodes, I think. Returning the GX tournament. They're returning the GX tournament, but they have such minor appearance, I guess. I don't know how to say it. But yeah, technically there is no filler in GX, right? Because everything is like the manga and the anime are completely different stories. So yeah. Those two are seen among various other Season 1 characters in the last few episodes of Season 4. Oh, they come back in Season 4 too? Oh, I didn't know that. Good to see both end in such a major transformation to society. Oh, yeah, the internet. It was also funny, Rata was right to call GX Kafkaesque. Oh, well, we just saw someone get dragged to hell. Well, Back to the class. Yeah, there were like students disappearing in GX, right? And there were people investigating, and there were like family members like worried about the people disappearing, but still like nothing major happened, right? The main thing was these like journalists who joined just to investigate that and expose the school, not really about the people missing, but rather to expose the school. And he was like, nah, people are pretty chill here, I'm not gonna expose the school. So nothing changes. Okay, I'm gonna do it once every 2 streams. Cool. I can accept that. The rest of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel monsters are manga canon, being Duelist Kingdom, Battle City, and Millennium World. So weird, right? How like there's a lot of filler there, which is cool filler and love for a lot of people, loved by a lot of people. Yes. I remember when DVDs were the real way to watch movies. The real way, as opposed to what? You mean the only way or the main way? Because I feel like what people usually call the real way of appreciating cinema is going to the movie theater. That's what I will assume is the case. Do you have everything on the top 10 darkest moments on the manga video? We can watch that soon. Maybe that's why the average stranger today seems so stupid. What? No will to learn stuff now that you don't really need to? Well, I feel like that is not true. I feel like there is always been every type of people that are willing to learn and just people who don't care. And I don't think that's necessarily impacted by the internet in a significant way, at least. There is a lot of people who are really curious about stuff now and they have access to it, so that's cool. Preparation the reaction suggestion. I hope the queue will be so long. Hello, need more memory. Hello again. There is no queue exactly for reaction. I don't watch everything that is suggested. That's what they are called, suggestions, as opposed to the duels, the replays. In replays, I watch everything, right? Because it's shorter. A duel takes like a few minutes. But watching a full video, I don't watch everything. That's why it's a suggestion. So depending on what it is and depending on the stream and how long it's gonna last, I can watch different videos. So I'm so sorry, but I cannot guarantee that I will watch every single suggestion. I might also go back to previous suggestions if the stream needs it. So yeah, I hope you understand. Sorry that I cannot watch absolutely everything. Yeah, Duel Monster is actually surprisingly tightly written story if you remove all the fluff the anime added. Yeah. I experienced cinema 3 times in my life. What? I wonder what those 3 times will be. Chat, I need you to give me one. I really need to pee. I really need to pee so bad. Give me a minute, I'll be back really quick. I almost click on end stream instead of run an ad. So yeah, give me a minute, I'll be back really quick. Alright, I'm back. I'm ready to watch more. Dunmoson is good, especially when Kaiba jump off the building after you. Oh my god. Short stack. Pepper. Short stack. That is such a insane thing to say. But you know what? I respect it. Alright, chat. Let's take a break from the TGS anime video to watch this one, the Egyptian mythology and Yu-Gi-Oh, really quick, and then we go back to, and then we will watch this one, the overkill moments. Okay, so let's take a break to watch this one really quick, and then we go to the other one. What do you think? Sounds good? Sounds good? Hello, Snake Man. Welcome, welcome. What? What? Alright. Egyptian mythology and Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's watch.
I like Yu-Gi-Oh! I also like talking about
Hold on, that's a little loud.
mythology. So guess what this video is gonna be about? I'm gonna tell you about some reference to Egyptian mythology in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime.
Okay. Egyptian mythology and Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's watch.
I like Yu-Gi-Oh! I also
I
like
like it
talking
too.
about mythology. So guess what this video is gonna be about? I'm
I
gonna
also like mythology, question mark?
tell you about some reference to Egyptian mythology in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. Now obviously this video is by no means comprehensive. In fact, it is actually just an excuse for me to talk about two things that I like for about 10 minutes or so.
You know, I like that. This is not gonna be like a whole like breakdown of all the Yu-Gi-Oh! mythology. It's mostly, you know, just talking about the things that the YouTuber in question, literally who likes. So I love that. Like as to preface this, I'm not very familiar with Egyptian mythology. I think like most of the Egyptian mythology that I know, it's probably because of Yu-Gi-Oh! And maybe Moon Knight. I think it's Moon Knight and Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't think I've been exposed to much. I haven't watched like The Mummy, for example. And I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering. I will think about something else. No, wait. Actually, no. Maybe it's like JoJo is also just references. It's not exactly. They don't go in depth. So it would be cool to see this.
That's it. Let's start with the main plot of the show and how it relates to Egyptian thought. See, the main plot is that the pharaoh has to recover his memories in order to move on to the afterlife, and the only way for him to do that is by learning his name. This is because he is Egyptian, and for the ancient Egyptians, names were a big deal.
Oh, we're starting strong. Already things that I had no idea about.
Knowing someone's name was powerful knowledge. With the right name, you could even bend the will of a god. And so it is fitting that for the pharaoh, learning his name carries so much weight. However, he doesn't just have any random name. His name is Atem, which is a variation of the name Atum. Now, Atum is a very important deity in the Egyptian pantheon, but what's worth noting here is that the word Atum can mean something akin to the completed one. And you can see this reflected in Pharaoh Atem. For the majority of the story, the pharaoh has no idea who he is. It is only until the final arc when he learns his name that he regains his memories. And after
It's so cool, right? He records the memories and he says, I am complete. I'm sorry.
that, after he learns who he is, he moves on to the afterlife and the story is over. After the pharaoh learns his name, he becomes the completed one, both metaphorically and literally.
That's awesome.
Also, while we're talking about names, the word Atem backwards reads meta, which is how Yu-Gi-Oh! Players refer to the competitive aspect of the card game.
Stop.
Obviously not intentional, but it is kinda funny how things work out. Now, let's talk about the god cards, because I have a couple of things to say about them. First of all, although they are referred to as the god cards, they are technically not actual Egyptian gods in their own universe.
Was Osiris, or whatever, not what?
That sounds confusing, but let me explain. See, we call this card Slifer, but in Japanese, it's called Osiris. Its full name could be rendered as the Celestial Dragon of Osiris.
Oh.
Obelisk is similar. Its Japanese full name can be translated as the Divine Soldier of the Obelisk. Ra, on the other hand, wasn't changed. In either Japanese or English, he is the Winged Dragon of Ra.
Well, oh, wait, I all this time I have misinterpreted the name. The names, there is no way. Yeah, of course Ra is also a god, but they are like they work for the gods, right? They are not the gods. Interesting.
Did you notice the pattern there? This is the celestial dragon of Osiris, and this is the winged dragon of Ra. The god cards.
How am I finding this? Like, it's been like 25 years. Oh my god.
Gods at all. They are property of the actual Egyptian gods. When Atem fuses the 3 god cards while fighting Zork, what he's essentially doing is rubbing the 3 god cards against each other to get the attention of an actual Egyptian god. And it works. A proper Egyptian god shows up. And it is not any random god either. Atem calls the actual sun god Ra in his most powerful form, Horakti. Now, a quick crash course on the ancient Egyptian view of the sun. And I want to be clear here that what I'm about to say is disgustingly simplified, but the short reductive version is that the ancient Egyptians believed the sun was on a perpetual process of aging and rejuvenation. At sunrise, the sun was young. At sunset, the sun was old. And at noon, when the sun was at its highest, it was also at its strongest, and the Egyptians called that Horakti. In a way, Horakti is the most powerful form of the sun god Ra, and this is what Atem is summoning. Also, Horakti nukes Zork into oblivion, creating a giant explosion that should probably kill everybody because they were all right besides Zork. But at the end it turns out that the real power were the friends we made along the way or whatever, so just don't think about it, I guess. Now, since we were talking about the sun, let's talk about another solar illusion, Ra's sphere mode. In the show, when you normal summon Ra, he appears as a golden ball, and by reciting a mystical chant, Ra comes out. This sphere mode represents 2 things. The first and most obvious, the golden sphere represents the sun, and the winged dragon of Ra comes out of the sphere, just like the ancient Egyptians believed the sun god Ra arose every morning in the horizon. The second reference of Ra's sphere mode is tied to one of the various ancient Egyptian creation myths. See, the ancient Egyptians had more than one creation story. For them, this wasn't contradictory at all. The way the ancient Egyptians saw it, all these creation myths had similar themes. For them, all these different stories about creation were simply variants of true events. In one of those creation myths, the first thing that is formed from nothingness is an egg, and from that egg is born a bird. The bird then squawks really loud and creates the universe.
That's so awesome, dude. That's so awesome.
Back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Ra's sphere mode represents this primordial egg. This is the reason why Ra looks more like a bird than a dragon. Speaking of birds, the bird that was formed from the primordial egg was called a Bennu bird, although today you know it by its Greek name, the phoenix. That's right.
There is no way it's the same thing, right? Are they actually the same thing? Phoenix?
The phoenix is an Egyptian creature, and that—
No. After all this time, this is how I find out.
That is why in the show, Ra has a phoenix mode.
Oh.
And while we're discussing symbolism, this has nothing to do with Egyptian mythology, by the way, but I always thought it was kinda neat, so— have you ever noticed that the 3 god cards have a blue gem on their forehead? Well, this—
I never noticed that, but that is very interesting.
stones represent the blue bolt above one's head. In other words, the sky, or more specifically in this case, heaven. The blue gem is a stylistic way to
Wait, here's different color.
convey their divine provenance. Except in the movie, because in the movie, Obelisk has a red gem on his head.
Well, maybe because it was never intended to be that. Maybe it was just like a random thing, which I will hope that's not the case. I don't know. Maybe in this movie it's red because of Kaiba. Kaiba's going through it. Maybe? I don't know.
Not sure if that was a mistake or intended. If it was done on purpose, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what the red gem could symbolize. But
I would assume it's just Kaiba going through it. Wait, but no. The gem wasn't being used by Kaiba, right? In that movie. What am I talking about? The gem, I mean Obelisk. Was it? I don't remember. Probably not.
jewelry aside, another significant thing for this video that is worth pointing out is the fact that Atem's god card is Slifer, because like I said before, in Japanese, Slifer is called Osiris. In Egyptian myth, Osiris was the god of the afterlife, and the pharaoh's whole thing is that he has to move on to the afterlife. So thematically, it is appropriate that his god card is the one that is tenuously linked to the afterlife. That's why Slifer is placed above the other god cards in that big rock that Ishizu shows Kaiba. In that instance, Slifer is meant to symbolize the afterlife, where Pharaoh must go. Now,
didn't Kaiba literally pull Obelisk out of the air through another dimension? I haven't watched the movie, chat. I'm so sorry. I just haven't watched the movie. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Hello, Sonic. Welcome.
As we already discussed, the god cards were tools, pets, property of the actual Egyptian gods. An Egyptian god could order the god cards to do whatever, but so could Pharaoh Atem. And the reason for that is because in Egyptian thought, the pharaohs were divine. See,
What, are those supposed to be babies? That's a crazy representation.
See, there's this god called Horus. He was the god of many things. The Egyptian gods are very complex and multifaceted. More than being the god of the thing, they were the thing. Like for example, Ra is not the god of the sun. He is the sun. The
Fake fan, even I watched the movie. That's not true, I haven't. I assume it's the fact that Obelisk wasn't supposed to be there. Kaiba shears will force Obelisk to reappear. Yeah, that's why I think it's on purpose. If it's on purpose, that would make sense, right? That would make perfect sense. It's just not like the other ones. I don't know how to say it, but you know what I mean. The Dark Side of Dimension movie takes place via the manga timeline. Yeah, I'm aware.
ball of light you see every day is supposed to be the physical body of the chief deity in the Egyptian pantheon. Now, back to Horus. Horus was the embodiment of many things. One of them was rulership, kingship. He embodied that concept because the Egyptian gods are abstract beings. I'm gonna repeat myself here, but the Egyptian gods weren't the god of the thing. They were the thing.
What is going on here? That's so awesome.
The thing. And now, because pharaohs were the kings of Egypt, they were by extension connected to Horus, and because of that connection, the pharaohs were considered divine. And so, going back to Yu-Gi-Oh, Atem is a pharaoh. He is directly connected to the god Horus, and this divine connection gives him authority over the god cards, and that's why he can call them whenever he wants and make them do his bidding. Now you might say, wait a second, Kaiba's not a pharaoh and he can control Obelisk just fine. Explain that, nerd. And believe it or not, that can also be explained. See, we call this character Kaiba, but that's his last name. His first name is Seto, which is a transliteration of the name Seth. Seth was the name of an Egyptian god. Kaiba's last name is also pretty significant, but for that I have to briefly talk about the ancient Egyptian concept of the soul. Do be warned that the ancient Egyptian concept of a soul is wildly different from our modern understanding and actually very complex. So what I'm about to tell you is an obscenely simplified version. So the Egyptians believed that the soul was split into many pieces. The three main fragments, if you will, were called the Ak, the Ka, and the Ba. With that last piece of information, let's go back to Kaiba and analyze his full name.
There is no way.
The god Seth in both Ka and Ba.
Shut
in
up.
Both heart and soul.
Shut up. There is no way. There is no way. I'm just finding out about these things. Like, that's so fire, right? That is so awesome. Why am I finding out right now? Don't we know if it could be? This is true. There is no way this is not true.
In other words, just like the pharaoh is an avatar of the god Horus, Kaiba is an avatar of the god Seth. What's fun about this is that it explains why in the movie Kaiba can summon obelisks seemingly out of nowhere. Another interesting parallel between Kaiba and
where's his hand, right? What is he doing? What is this?
Seth is that in Egyptian mythology, Seth was known and feared for his immense strength and cunning. And you can see these two characteristics in Kaiba. Kaiba is hilariously smart and he has a ridiculously strong willpower. Another interesting parallel is that in Egyptian mythology, the gods Seth and Horus were mortal enemies, just like Kaiba and the pharaoh are rivals in the show. Now let's talk about something else like the millennium items. It is no coincidence that the pharaoh's millennium item is a pyramid. Pyramids were tombs, so thematically, it is fitting that Atem's soul is sealed in the Millennium Puzzle. Just like ancient Egyptians believed, one's soul would reside in a pyramid before ascending to heaven. Also, in the stone tomb where all the Millennium Puzzles are stored, the Millennium Puzzle is placed on the chest of the stone figure. This is fitting because the soul of the pharaoh is sealed in the Millennium Puzzle, and the puzzle is placed on the chest of the stone figure, which is an allusion at the fact that the Egyptians believe the soul physically resided in one's heart. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, I love talking about this stuff. I could keep going, but let's be real. You could and should be watching something better than this.
No, I want more. Literally, who? Please give me more. I need this. I need this type of videos injected directly into my veins. I need more of this.
So how about we wrap this up? But before I end this, one last thing. It's gonna be interesting, I promise. Have you ever wondered what Exodia is supposed to be?
Oh,
well, there's two
no.
answers. First, it's the real and boring answer. And the other is purely headcanon, but I think
Okay.
it's pretty cool and fun. So the real answer first. Exodia is supposed to represent the god Osiris. In Egyptian myth, Osiris was split into pieces, which is why Exodia is separated into
No
5
way.
cards. Also, Exodia has a corpse-looking mouth to represent his mummified status, just like the god Osiris was mummified. So that's the real non-headcanon answer. Exodia represents Osiris. Now, let's talk about the cool interpretation. Exodia's name is a play on the word Exodus. The
Okay.
book of Exodus is one of the first 5 books of the Bible.
I'm scared.
And it's about how the Hebrews were freed from Egyptian slavery. Exodia's arms and legs are chained to symbolically represent this subjugation. Furthermore, in the English version of the 5 pieces of Exodia, you can see a strange symbol behind Exodia. This symbol
Yeah, but
is
it's
the trap card, their
censorship,
binding circle.
right?
In Japanese, the card looks like this.
Oh,
This
I mean, I already saw. I will just let it play.
hexagram can also be seen in the Star of David. So Exodia is heavily linked with the ancient Israelites. And in the manga, he is referred to as a god. Now riddle me this. Which god is connected to the Israelites? That's
we're cooking. We're cooking too hard with this.
right. When you summon Exodia, you are actually summoning the god of the Bible. As if Exodia needed to be any cooler. Anyways, this has gone for long enough. Thank you for listening to my ramblings, and I really mean it. You could literally be watching anything else. So I appreciate you decided to spend some of your limited time on Earth listening to me nerding out about a children's card game. Really, thank you for watching, and as usual, I'll see you in the next one.
Children's card game with all that you have told. You consider it a children's card game? That's crazy. That was such an awesome video, honestly.
yeah.
I'm gonna use this trivia. I mean, because obviously the original one, the actual one that is Osiris, because see how it's a mummy and everything. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And how it was divided into 5 pieces. Yeah, perfect sense. Now the other one is interesting to think about. Now, when I talk to my friends that are not really into Yu-Gi-Oh, and I just start nerding out about Yu-Gi-Oh, I will tell them that's the truth. Just to mess with them, and it would be insane. Did you know that Exodia is actually the god from the Bible? But yeah, awesome video, amazing. I want to see more of it. We want to check more. Oh, I hope this channel has more videos like this, because yeah, that's really awesome. Cool. Chat, it's time. It's time, and it's time. Whoa. They probably made something out of every major religion. Clifford has something to do with Judaism. No, I'm sure there is like a lot of cards that are from the Bible, right? Like some angels and stuff. Wasn't the sacred beasts from GX based on angels from the Bible? I'm pretty sure. Important fact: never eat any lettuce that Seth gives you. Okay, I will keep in mind. Alright, chat, let's go for. Ooh, not this one. Regenesis archetype is literally the Bible. Oh, amazing. Thank you. I will watch that later. I'm gonna check that Regenesis later. Top 10 Yu-Gi-Oh! Overkill moments. Let's watch. Hello?
Sometimes in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Top 10 Yu-Gi-Oh! Overkill moments. Let's watch.
Sometimes in Yu-Gi-Oh! When a duelist has been pushed too far or the influence of evil is allowed to take over, you get to see one of probably my favorite things in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! And that is the overkill, I'm going to completely destroy you with all my being style of dueling. You know what I mean.
I cannot think right now on the top of my head like something like this, like an overkill moment. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna think about something else. I remember like in the last match of season 1 of GX when there were like two monsters with like over 10,000 attack fighting each other. But that wasn't like an overkill because they ended up in a draw. So I cannot think right now of something like this. Yugi versus Weevil, Berserker Soul. That's one.
Philosophies on dueling and basically just completely embraces the I'm going to destroy my opponent mentally and physically by all means necessary. However, it doesn't always have to be because a duelist snaps in the middle of the duel. Sometimes, well, that's just the way they are.
Sometimes you just want to style on your opponent. Sometimes it's just like that. It's a cool factor.
In today's video, I thought, how about we take a look at the top 10 times in the Yu-Gi-Oh series where a character went pure overkill and just flexed all over the opponent. I'd like to invite you all to my top 10.
Yeah, dude, I'm so excited about this.
I'll take on all 5 of you simultaneously.
Yuri from
That's his voice in the dub. That's his voice in the dub. Oh no.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 has always been a pretty unhinged character. You never quite knew if you were safe to be around him, especially with that disarming smile. However, at the end of the day, he was a psychopath, with a very obvious superiority complex too, which unfortunately for his enemies, his skills did actually back up. Yuri was so confident in his abilities as a duelist that, just for the lols, sometimes he wouldn't
Just for
use
the
his
lols.
actual deck in a duel. Instead, despite even the fact he's playing against top-ranked opponents like Alexis Rhodes and Sora Percy, he would use the mass-produced Ancient Gear structure deck, proving it was he and not just his deck that garnered him so many victories in a duel.
I love that, dude. I love that. That is so hype.
And, well, that on its own could be seen as Yuri flexing and a little bit of overkill. That is not the moment I want to talk about. For me personally, it was when he was challenged by 5 duelists of yugioh duel
Doesn't
school.
count. Defeating some random nameless people doesn't count for anything.
Instead of taking them on one by one, he wanted to prove that he was just that much better than them all, and so allowed them to duel him 5v1. Although these duelists were unnamed characters, their decks, I must say, were nothing really to laugh at. Within their first turns, they managed to get out Ojama King, who limited Yuri's field,
No way.
BWXYZ, Dragon Catapult Cannon, that could banish a monster every
No
turn,
way,
Super
dude. Don't do
Vehicle,
this.
Jumbo Drill, that could inflict pierce.
Don't do this to me, dude. There is. For a second I thought, oh no, it's gonna be Armed Dragon now. It's all the chess cards. No.
Battle damage, and Master of Oz, who had a whopping 4,200
These are all GX cards, right? These are all cards from the GX characters.
points. Yuri, completely unfazed by the overwhelming odds that sat before him, just proceeded to annihilate them all. Not only did he beat all 5 of the duelists by himself, but to add insult to injury, he beats them all in a single turn with only his ace monster. Ouch.
That's it. Okay.
It's my move. Now let's see what kind of trouble I can summon up.
During the duel,
The dub never disappoints. The dub never disappoints. There is literally a YouTube video of him doing this, said the GX theme song. Oh, I love that. I love that. I'm gonna check it out later. I'm gonna check that out later.
between Yuma, Astral and Vector, upon being on the back foot, Yuma and Astral begin to Zexalmorph. However, the merge fails. This was due to the influence of Vector messing with the darkness in Astral's heart. With this failure to merge, Astral forces a Zexalmorph again, but this time he has abandoned all faith in Yuma as a duelist and a friend, meaning Astral takes 100% control of Yuma's body. This results in the Dark Zexal. In this form, Astral
I
lost
cannot take
all
this seriously.
passion as a duelist. He dueled only with anger and didn't even care about the damage he took. Using his number C39 Utopia Ray V, equipped with DZW Chimera Clad, this allowed him to continuously and savagely attack Vector's number 104 Masquerade, should it survive the battle.
That's the
which,
guy.
with the effect of Vector's trap, it did. In fact, Vector was able to increase his monster's attack by 100 points more than Yuma's monster each time it attacked. So, Yuma in a berserk state leans into this infinite situation, where every time he attacks, his monster's attack points double, at the cost of 100 life points. He continues to attack over and over again.
Jesus Christ, what is
uncaring
the
that
20
his life points are slipping down to 0. He manages to get his monster up to 83,200 attack points before the Astral could retake control.
What the hell?
However, had Dark Humor been allowed to continue with the duel as he was doing, he would have been able to get a monster with 2,662,400.
It would have been cool to see it. Why at that point? All you boys are voiced by the same guy? Didn't know that. Awesome.
Attack, where his final attack would have been impressive, but it would have led to his defeat.
Table 500 type dude. He's the guy.
Going back to Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, we didn't saw that. What? I something like that. Like, what?
This time I'm going to be looking at Zark, who decided to have a non-stop dueling hype train against anyone and everyone who would join in before he.
Yeah, we saw the video about
Clearly,
this
he
already in
was
the
given
channel.
idea from his 1/4 Yuri part. However, Zark, to prove that he is truly the strongest in all the world, duels 10 top-tier Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists in a row, defeating the likes of Asta Phoenix, Sora Percy, Shay Obsidian, Kite Tenjo, Gong Strong, Jack Atlas, Silvo Saratari, Crow Hogan, Leo Akaba, and Declan Akaba, all in the same duel.
This is so funny. It literally reads like fan fiction.
Keep in mind as well, he had a habit of beating 2 duelists at the same time as well, to add further insult. However, while clearly this is overkill, there is a specific moment in this hype train duel that I think solidifies his OP-ness, I guess.
OP-ness. Yeah, it's when Mr. Akawa here gets absolutely demolished.
Professor appears to duel him.
Sark.
What?
Equipped with the very cards that sealed him away all those years ago, the Professor thinks he's going to be the one to save the day. This is not what happens. Instead, Zark immediately OTKs him the very first turn he gets, going for irony as well by defeating him with the cards he brought to fight against him.
Looks like you won't get a chance to play your special cards, and that's terrible!
Keep in
I never heard that one. Holy shit! No way. What?
going for irony as well by defeating him with the cards he brought to fight against him.
Looks like you won't get a chance to play your special cards, and that's terrible!
Keep in
And that's terrible.
mind that the Professor was supposed to be the main central antagonist of the entire Yu-Gi-Oh! Art 5 series until Zark appeared. So it just kind of solidifies the fact that the Professor is a big fat letdown, whereas Zark is pretty OP.
This music is so nostalgic, it hurts. Who is this?
For those that don't know, one of the most powerful mechanics in the Master Rule 4 style of Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling is something called the extra link. It's basically where, through a lot of skill and correct card combinations, you can make your link monster create a connection all the way from your extra monster
Oh,
zone
the U
to your
link,
opponents,
right?
granting you the ability to summon into their extra monster zone and essentially lock them out of using their extra deck completely. It's tough to pull off and it requires quite a lot of resources to get into it, so only a madman or someone that really wants to flex on their opponent would even attempt to pull this off.
This has happened
But
to me,
in
Chad.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Reigns, 2 characters dared to try this maneuver. During Revolver and Yusaku's final duel, Revolver, using Yusaku's Firewall Dragon, was able to create a link all the way around the board, making the first extra link ever seen on screen. And while this is impressive, one of Revolver's underlings, known as Spectre, actually one-ups this and does something a little bit more impressive. During his duel against the evil AI Lightning, Spectre was able to create what Revolver couldn't, the perfect extra link. Something that Revolver called
Extra link, full mode.
completely
Okay.
locking out Lightning from using his extra deck and commanding complete field dominance. Spectre basically wanted to give Lightning zero chance of a comeback, and for the most part, he did achieve this. However,
That's so extra.
sadly, he would not go on to win the duel.
No.
But honestly, regardless, it was still amazing to see. And with Master Rule 5 on the horizon, this could be the last time you see an opponent be locked out of their extra deck.
Wait, that's not the thing anymore? Oh, this is from 6 years ago. Oh my god. Because it is still a thing, right? It's still a thing.
I guess.
I
still have a lot more spoiling to do. Go, Giant Grinder!
Imagine being
Okay.
in the Yu-Gi-Oh universe for a moment. There are professional Yu-Gi-Oh duelists you see on TV, and you look up to them, you aspire to be like them, and out of the blue one day, one of them invites you to have a meet up and duel with them. Sounds awesome, right? However, what you slowly start to realize midway through your duel is that person is an absolute psychopath.
I won't be happy until all my fans get exactly what they deserve!
Okay, I don't know why the first thing that popped into my mind is like, this seems like something MBT will do. And I'm sure he agrees. I'm sure he will agree. This is such an MBT thing to do. I don't know how else to put it. That's the first thing that popped into my head. So who invites your fans to just like clown on them. That is so funny. Oh my god.
Yes, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, a celebrity duelist known as Quattro invites Bronk and Caswell to duel him because, well, he just loves to spoil his fans. However, in reality, he hates them all. He convinces them to agree to a battle royale, and even allowing himself to go last, despite the fact he would be at an even greater disadvantage. During the
Honestly, okay, like no joke. Like if actually like I get to play with someone that I admire, I would love that person to go all out. Obviously, I wouldn't. I don't want the person to like take like what's the word? Like go easy on me. I would love to do that, but I feel like the hating your fans is a different thing.
In the duel, he coaxes them to bring out monsters that he can use to manipulate the duel later on. Then, when he uses
that's
the
a different
effect of
thing.
his giant grinder exceeds monster, he begins to take the duel in a sinister way. As he begins to use his opponent's monsters against them in order to whittle down their life points, and even after he makes the winning strike, he's still not satisfied.
What?
And begins to attack again. The result is both duelists being slammed into the ground, with Caswell even breaking his arm from the impact.
Everything's gonna be okay, Bronk.
But hey, at least they got his autograph.
Is that gimmick puppet, right? That's such a gimmick puppet thing to do.
Attack with Cosmic Crush!
Oh yeah, I remember this.
Strike him down!
During the
How can you prefer the music from the sub? The music from the GX dub is so good. It's the best part of it. It's like it hurts me to watch the sub because there is no music. The music is so good. Yes, Gimme Puppet. Okay, I knew it.
alternate dimension arc of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Jaden gets into a high-stakes duel against Braun, Mad King of Dark World, who, throughout the duel, keeps sacrificing all of his friends through their negative emotions. He does this to meet the criteria for the creation of the ultimate fusion card, Super Polymerization. And as well, he's probably just doing this.
Yeah, music made it better.
Upon witnessing the deaths of each of his friends, Jaden just thinks, screw it. I've lost everyone. It's time to go all out. As soon as you hear the most
It's
optimistic
time to go demon time.
and fun-loving duelist of what I would consider every single series of Yu-Gi-Oh! Renounce dueling for fun and basically just going all in for revenge, you know something bad is gonna happen.
I used to duel for fun, but now I'm dueling to avenge what you did to my best friends. It's payback time!
It reminds me of a photo read.
Dude, honestly, that goes so hard. Like, let's be honest here, that goes so hard. Yu-Gi-Oh's Japanese music is pretty good too. No, I know it's also good. It's just like I prefer how like unique the dub music is. Obviously, this is why you never break the MC. No, we need this.
There are three things all wise men fear: the sea in a storm, a night with no moon, and the anger of a gentle man.
I played the spell card Oversoul!
When you hear that epic music play, you can see Jaden is ready for that overkill. He uses a combination of Neos, Assault Armor, and Battle of Sleeping Spirits to continuously beat down Bron, to, in his own words, witness him squirm. This onslaught gives Bron no time to counter and leads to Jaden's victory through anger. And it is from this moment Jaden descends into the being known as the Supreme King.
That's awesome. Fun fact, the Fusion Dark World Baron tried to summon became a real card. Yeah, it became a card like 20 years after or something, right? We were talking about how sometimes new cards come from the anime, even though the anime ended like decades ago. But yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome that we saw the card, and it's kind of disappointing that it wasn't that good. Yeah, but it's still cool to have it. Yeah. Alright, let's see what's next. I don't know this.
Hopefully you all know this, but in
I don't know
instances,
this.
the objective is to reduce your opponent's life points down to
Oh, I know
0.
that.
And that's it. Not to try and kill your opponent. What happened was Carly was snooping around the Arcadia Movement building as some real shady stuff had been going on there.
Uh-oh.
Seiya, a psychic duelist who can make his monsters tangible, senses her approaching. Carly reveals she knows all about the missing children that have been sacrificed in order to find psychic duelists.
What the hell is the plot of 5Ds? What is the plot of 5Ds? Oh my god. I'm so sorry. That sounded like so weird out of context. I'm ready to watch this. Oh my god, that is so awesome. Basically, Carly was investigating a cult and got caught. Yeah, and you know what happens then.
And when she leaves this place, she's going to blow the story wide open. Seiya is having none of this, so he chucks her a duel disc and says,
I've never watched 5
one
Days.
turn, or else you're not getting out of here alive. You need to keep in mind as well that Carly is pretty much a novice at dueling. She's only ever dueled once before this, and that was with Jack Atlas's help. It is due to this lack of skill, she's very easily outplayed. Seiya, towards the end of the duel, uses his monster to attack her Fortune Fairy, which throws her straight at the window. Seiya was very capable of just ending the duel there. He'd clearly won, but he doesn't stop. He announces that her death will look like an accident, and so attacks again.
How could that look like an accident? How could that look like an accident? In what context could that be an accident? Who will see that and think that's an accident? Holy. Oh. 5Ds is peak. I will watch it, don't worry. I will watch it.
Carly out the window and down to the ground where she would die. Or if you watch the dub, she fell into a big purple cloud. Don't feel too bad though, as she is reborn as a Dark Signer after her death.
What?
And she basically does the exact same thing to Seiya out of revenge. In this case, I'd say it's less overkill and pretty justified. If someone kills you, kill them back, I guess.
Yeah.
Little mouse.
Okay.
Actually, I'm only required to remove 2.
Oh, of course, Mad Dog. Do you remember Mad Dog, Chad? The Mad Dog is the reason why I got back into Yu-Gi-Oh. If it wasn't for the Mad Dog dub, I wouldn't be here right now. I will be. I don't know what I will be doing, honestly. Pot of weed. My mommy says I'm very strong. That's why, poopy head. That is the best thing in. This is why you have to watch the dub, chat. There is no other choice.
Destructive move today, so let's do this.
Zane Truesdale has always been known to duel in excess.
That's Goku's
Having a monster in
BA?
his
Oh
arsenal
my
with
god.
4,000 base attack that can be summoned through Power Bond to give it 8,000 attack. It's pretty overkill to begin with. I've seen him have plenty of duels where he goes over the top in terms of attack points, getting out a monster with 16,000 attack, for example, against Yubel, or 36,900 against Jaden.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I was thinking about those 2 duels where he just gets like an insane number, right? But at the end he doesn't win. This is the one time that he won after doing that.
They're all pretty big moments. However, the overkill moment I want to talk about is when Zane is on a real bad downward spiral. He has lost constantly after the defeat at the hands of Asta Phoenix. In Zane's lowest moment, he is convinced to duel underground, and is put in a situation where both duelists are attached with electric shock collars that would inflict real damage every time they were hit. Zane does his best to duel against the most annoyingly dubbed voice in the entire Yu-Gi-Oh series.
Here we go! You're about to get a big boo-boo!
However, he proves too strong. Zane, having had all his monsters destroyed and being mocked, begins to realise his past dueling philosophy is wrong.
All this time I've been focusing on nonsense, like respecting my opponents.
I should have been thinking about winning.
He now understands
true,
that
bestie,
respecting
so
your
true.
opponent in a duel is foolish, and you must abandon this way of thinking if you want to focus on what is truly most important. Victory.
Not think. I know it with all my soul!
His voice becomes more jaded and uncaring. He takes joy in creating his Chimera Tech Overdragon out of all of the cyber dragons that have perished. By merging them all into one dark creature, he creates a monster with 4,800 attack and 6 attacks. And in one turn, Zane inflicts over 11,700 damage in order to wipe out Mad Dog. And it is with this moment that the birth of Hell Kaiser begins.
The Zane you think you knew is long gone.
That was so cool. That was so cool. That was some kind of awakening there, definitely. Mad Dog is up there with Sark's. What? For me? No, I don't think so. I think Mad Dog was done like that on purpose. It was for comedy. While like Sark, at the time that we were in the story, we weren't supposed to take it like that. I know, like this was a serious moment for Zane, right? Zane was literally fighting for his life. But Mad Dog was like overconfident. So it makes sense that he wasn't taking it seriously, right? And he acted like that because to him, he just thought like, oh yeah, it's gonna be easy. I don't know. It makes sense to me. I also watched this in the sub. This is one of the few episodes that I watched in the sub just to see how different it will be. And Mad Dog sounds like a generic villain, right? So I feel like it wouldn't be as cool. I guess it takes away a little bit of the serious moment, but I don't know. I really like it. I'm a GX dub glazer. What can I say? My favorite is T-Bone in GX, also voiced by Goku, saying, my homie, and don't be hating. Yeah, I think I remember T-Bone. Yeah, it's the guy who played there was like the Monarchs, right? I think it was the Monarchs. Yeah. Mad Dog is voiced by Goku. Bro really said, wait, I should just go for Lethal. Right? Not gonna lie, if I had to listen to Mad Dog for hours, I just go as insane as Sane. Yeah, totally. My homie and Don't Be Hating by T-Bone, also voiced by Goku's VA. Yeah. Mad Dog's VAs was supposed to be a Mike Tyson spoof. Was it? I don't think that's how Mike Tyson sounds. Only to make him evil was that annoying voice. Fun fact, some of T-Bones became real card. Oh, okay, I'm not crazy then. Okay, that makes sense then. Okay, I'm not crazy. Mad Dog Duel came out during a trend where people with ripped muscles had high-pitched voices to imply they use roids. Ah, okay, that makes perfect sense for the time, I guess. That makes sense. Alright, let's go number 2. Oh, that's what people in the chat were saying. Doro!
This is one of the most iconic moments in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'd basically be a fool to leave it off the list. During the Waking the
This
Dragons
is not number 1.
out of desperation, Yami-Yugi plays the Seal of Orichalcos. Due to this action, he eventually loses the duel, and as a cost, little Yugi's soul is ripped from his body. I guess we could quickly mention this as well. It's only a small moment, but Yugi is seen as the bad guy in this duel because he starts sacrificing a bunch of his own monsters in order to deal as much damage as possible to Raphael.
No!
This act is seen as a bad thing. However, not that long ago, he was doing the exact same thing with his catapult turtle against Panic, and that was fine, apparently. But God forbid he do it under the Orichalcos' influence, and everybody loses their minds. To be fair though, he probably did just stop respecting his monsters and his cards, and that's probably where people draw issue from it, so...
Since he's useless, I'll sacrifice my Dark Magician!
Okay, it's about how he says it, more than anything. Because old Yugi will be like, oh yeah, the noble sacrifice of the magician or something like that, instead of saying, since he's useless, I'm gonna get rid of him, right?
Alright then, fair enough. But what I want to talk about is what happens next. Racked with guilt
No!
for losing Yugi, the lone pharaoh ends up in a duel with
It should
the
have been
Underwood.
me!
Weevil, just to
Not
mess with
him.
the pharaoh, says he has the only card that can save Yugi right here in his hand. The pharaoh, relieved, approaches to take what he believes is the only hope of returning his friend. But Weevil rips it in half right in front of his eyes.
Wows.
And it is at this moment that Yugi decides, I am about to end this whole man's career.
You'll pay for that. Hear me, Weevil? You'll pay dearly.
I mean, if you're even the
Jesus.
slightest Yu-Gi-Oh fan, you must know what happens next, but Yugi plays Berserker Soul. Every time he draws a monster card, he can attack Weevil again. And, oh, what do you know? It's a monster card. Well, what about the next one? Oh, it's another monster card. What did you get for the next one, Yugi? You can stop now, like, you've won.
Oh my god.
Needless to say, I think Weevil's "it was just a prank, bro" had no effect here at all.
Dude, what is the number one? I thought that was gonna be the number one. That's so weird. I'm a dub watcher, but Berserker Soul in sub is so iconic. Yeah, I feel like it's only iconic in the sub. I don't remember her like hearing it in English. Weevil's VA, F respects. Really cool. He made a good job being like portraying an annoying character like that. Definitely. Controversial opinion. I actually enjoy the Orichalcos arc. I don't think that's controversial. I feel like most people enjoy it. I think, from what I remember, from what I've seen, the strategy is legit. The real screwery was playing the seal when there was nothing at stake before that. A bridge made fun of that. Oh, I don't think I would get to that far into the bridge. I should probably revisit that. Yeah, the real Berserker Soul stops at 8 monsters, which was the number of the cards drawn in the anime. Oh, I like how they included that in the fan-made fighting game DLC. I mean, I know that the fighting game is not, what is it called? Dragon Ball Fighters, and they made a mod where they include Yugi, and this is like his thing in there. I think that's awesome. I love that. Then again, I also enjoy Bound Arc from Bleach. I'm you got me there. I don't know anything about Bleach. All right, I don't know what the number one is, but I'm so excited. Probably something that I haven't heard before, honestly. Yeah. Definitely something I haven't heard before.
So, for the number one most overkill moment in the Yu-Gi-Oh series, for me personally, is the duel between the main character of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 series, Yuya Sakaki, and the two-dimensional counterparts of his main gal, Serena and Ruri, who, keep in mind, are possessed by an evil parasite, and keep in mind as well that Yuya has the spirit of one of his alternate dimension halves inside himself as well. Yuya is a good
Very
kid.
cool plot.
He wants people to smile, and he always helps those in need.
Yeah.
At this moment, his best friend and childhood sweetheart, Yuzu, has been missing, and all he wants to do is get her back home safely. Throughout the duel, he begins to get pushed back more and more. He gets angry at one point in the duel, but Yuto manages to calm him down. Oh, this is probably important to mention as well. Yuya also has the malignant spirit of his former combined self within his body that, under intense emotional situations, can manifest itself and cause basically a whole lot of bad things to happen.
Yeah, so that's what's gonna happen.
He urged to embrace that darkness then, and when the doctor managed to sneak a parasite into his brain and attempt to turn him into an ally,
what happened?
luckily he manages to hold on to his sanity once again. Honestly, it's lucky that Yuya is such a chill guy. I'm sure nothing would get
He's
him.
such a chill guy. He's such a chill guy. Another fear the anger of a gentleman moment. Totally.
Under his skin to make
Excuse me?
Yeah, the doctor brings out the mind-controlled Yuzu, and he starts wiping his filthy old man hands all over her face, and, well, that's the straw that broke the camel's back.
Oh, I
Yuya
can
goes
see it,
full
definitely.
Berserk mode, summoning out the embodiment of his and Yuto's emotions. Odd Eye's Raging Dragon. With this monster, he decimates the field, and when one of the girls says, "Nice try, but one of us is going to survive next turn, and then you're screwed," Yuya announces there will be no next turn. And this is where he performs one of the most destructive attacks seen on
Really?
screen.
What could it be?
Eviscerating 2, keep in mind innocent girls being mind controlled, going straight through them and blasting out the wall behind them, leaving them unconscious on the ground. Everything from the music, the monster's attack, and the emotions really fuels this moment, and the sheer amount of damage Yuya is trying to inflict in this moment personally makes it my #1 most overkill moment in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh yeah, the video just ends. Awesome. Interesting. That's an overkill straight up. I guess it is. I don't know if it was a #1. I guess it depends on the context. I guess I'm missing a lot of context. And also, what are we... I mean, I guess it works. I guess it works. That was an awesome video. Really cool moments. To me, that's I'm sorry, my GX laser. To me, this would always be. It would always be it. Like, what can I say? This is so awesome. Hold on, I'm sorry. It has to be. It has to be insane. Yeah, it's worth watching the clip of the whole scene. I would watch the whole series at some point. I will watch it. It's just, chat, I'm so sorry. I keep saying every stream, every reaction, I'm like, I'm gonna watch it. And I will. I promise I will. So yeah. Thank you. Cool video as always. Chat, is this a bad time to remind you to like and subscribe? Like and subscribe so I can react to the anime. It will be so awesome. It will be so cool. But yeah. Definitely gonna do that. Right now, I think this is gonna be our last video because it's already getting kinda late for me. That thumbnail. Oh yeah, the one video from the thumbnail. So let's go right into it. Let's just not waste more time, and this is gonna be the last one, I think. Was Joey about to defeat Kaiba? Let's watch. Thank you for your like, thank you. Wait, hold on. Was Joey about to defeat Kaiba? Let's watch.
Seto Kaiba and Joey Wheeler are two of the most opposite characters you can get. And for the most part, this shows. Seto Kaiba and Joey Wheeler are two of the most opposite
Wait, the volume is all messed up.
characters you can get. And for the most part, this shows as the
This is an old video, right? It's 4 years, but it feels like the audio mix is like weird.
these two characters really don't get along with each other. However, the main reason for this is because at each of their
Okay, let's actually start now. Was Joey about to defeat Kaiba? Let's watch.
Seto Kaiba and Joey Wheeler are two of the most opposite characters you can get. And for the most part, this shows as these two characters really don't get along with each other. However, the main reason for this is because at each of their cores, their philosophies that they embody are the opposite to one another. Kaiba embodies the winning is everything mentality. To succeed and attain what you want, you must win. Whereas for Joey, it's more of a, if at first you don't succeed, try again. And if you fail then, try again. So of course...
But it's the same, right? That's what Kaiba also did, right? He never gave up when he lost to to Yugi. He was always trying to get better because of that, right? And he's like, I'm gonna defeat you, I'm getting better, I'm gonna have the right strategy or whatever to defeat you. Well, at least in the movies, right? It sounds like he was always planning. We don't see that much in the anime. But I think it's pretty much the same in that sense.
Naturally, Joey being called a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck for the millionth time, he decides, not today.
Hold on, Kaiba. Why don't you duel me? We'll see who gets the third place crown.
Kaiba eventually accepts, and it is here that we get an absolute slugfest of a duel. Ultimately...
Sorry, I want to say something really important. That when we were watching another video about Joey, people in the chat were saying that this duel didn't matter. This duel had no stakes, and that's why it isn't important. And from my point, I said it then, but I'm gonna say it again. From my point of view, just because the stakes, quote unquote, are not up there for the general plot or the lore or whatever, or the fate of the world, doesn't mean that this is not an important duel. Because these are two of the main characters, and say like, oh yeah, Kaiba didn't care. And I'm like, yeah, Kaiba didn't quote unquote care because he was so confident he was gonna win. But if Kaiba lost this, you know he would have cared. It will change his whole worldview. So in that sense, for the characters, from a character perspective, it has a lot of like huge stakes. And that's why it's so hype for me to see Joy give everything in this duel. What do you mean? It didn't really matter, and I mean it is filler duel in the manga canon arc, to be fair. It matters to the characters, and that's why it matters to me. I mean, the stakes were low. I was still more about Joy trying to show Kaiba to have fun. Fun! I think we watch different animes. Every duel is important, not because of the stakes, but because of the clash of personalities and the growth that result from them. Exactly. 100% with you there, Cyberhorse. 100%. I honestly think this is awesome. I don't know what else to tell you.
Kaiba walks away from this duel with the win. However, Joey does reveal that he knew this would happen in the end. And what Joey wants Kaiba to take away from the duel is that losing, it's not the end of the world. And a loss for him means he'll be back next time.
You may have beaten me in this duel, and you may even beat me in the next duel too, but I'm gonna keep coming back until I win, Kaiba. That's cause Joey Wheeler doesn't give up.
I think
that's awesome. That's awesome, dude. What are we supposed to?
Healthy mentality to take away. However, the fact of the matter is, Joey did lose. And I want to know if he could have won in this duel at any point, or if anyone made any misplays. So how about we analyze this duel together and see if there are any mistakes as we jump into the duel.
That's right. That's my goat right there.
The duel begins and Kaiba goes first. His opening hand consists of Ryu Kishin Powered, Crush Card, Shrink, Blade Knight, Enemy Controller, and Blue Eyes White Dragon. He starts by summoning Ryu Kishin Powered in attack, and then sets both his Shrink and Crush Card face down. Kaiba ends his turn. It's Joey's turn and he draws. His opening hand consists of Gearfried the Iron Knight, Swordsman of Landstar, Little Wingard, Legendary Sword, Nutrient Z, and Grave Robber.
Little Wingard is not a real card? Or is that like an anime version of it? I don't know, and that's why it looks like that.
He begins by summoning Gearfried the Iron Knight. Joey declares that thanks to Gearfried's effect, which is technically that equip cards can't be equipped to it, how Joey describes it, it seems as if spell cards just don't affect it at all. And so, most likely whatever Kaiba has face down, Joey's attack will be able to be successful. Confident with this, Joey declares his attack. When he does, Kaiba activates his face down Shrink. And while Joey was right in calling Kaiba's play, since Shrink would have halved his monster's attack and got him destroyed, unfortunately, Gearfried is not the target. Kaiba chooses his own monster.
Oh yeah, to tribute it, right? Or no? Was it? No, wait, what?
What's the deal with this? Well, unfortunately, he's fell right into Kaiba's trap. As now, the criteria for Kaiba's other face down, Crush Card Virus, have been met. Since a dark monster with less than 1000 attack was destroyed by battle, every monster on Joey's side of the field, in his hand, and in his deck that has 1500 or more attack, is sent to the graveyard.
Oh, I told you, okay, I am remembering because I want to be honest with you, chat, I'm still not 100% sure how that card works. I know it's been banned, and at some point it was the most expensive card in the world. So yeah, it works differently. Yeah, that's why it's confusing.
Also, for as long as this card remains in the graveyard, all those monsters that were sent cannot be special summoned. Joey is in a terrible position. The majority of his powerful monsters that he had gained throughout Battle City are now locked out of the duel. If there is one tiny little silver lining in this, it's the fact that this duel now mirrors the duel Kaiba and Yugi had way back in Duelist Kingdom, where Kaiba used Crush Card Virus on Yugi, and Yugi ultimately was going to win that duel and surrender in the end. Let's see if Joey can win with Crush Card. Anyway, Joey reluctantly ends his turn. And it is here that the first misplay happens. Not a big one, but one nonetheless. He has two cards in his hand that he could absolutely set face down here. Nutrient Z and Grave Robber. If he sets his Grave Robber now, at any point during the duel, he can steal a card from Kaiba's grave. And already, he could steal a Crush Card Virus if he wanted to, or he could
Can you
even
imagine?
steal a Shrink. Both very useful. Could he use Crush Card Virus? No, because Joey doesn't actually have any dark monsters with less than 1000 attack in his deck. It's not really an option. But Shrink, that could be helpful. The same for Nutrient
I mean,
Z.
it could be helpful. Doesn't mean it's a misplay, right? At this time, in this meta or whatever, if you said something, it could get destroyed. So sometimes it's better to keep things for last because this is slower pace.
Nutrient Z, if he's about to take 2000 damage, he gains 4000 life points before that damage is dealt. You should have that on the field all the time. You never know when you get OTK.
I guess so.
Set that straight away. So misplay Joey. It's Kaiba's turn and he draws Lejin, the mystical genie of the lamp. He summons it to the field and then enters his battle phase. He uses it to attack Joey directly. Kaiba ends his turn. It's Joey's turn and he draws Graceful Dice. We see his hand and, oh boy, does the dub team like to make me laugh sometimes. 2 of Joey's cards have morphed into Crush Card Virus.
Oh yeah.
Collected Power. As you all probably know, that's wrong. This is what his hand is supposed to look like. Dub error.
Well, I understand the confusion. Yeah, it kinda looks like that.
Nonetheless. Anyway, Joey summons Swordsman of Landstar to the field. Now, since he controls a monster with 500 or less attack, he can activate his spell, Graceful Dice. By rolling a die, he can multiply the attack of Swordsman of Landstar by the result. He gets a 4, and Swordsman's attack is quadrupled. Joey attacks and destroys Kaiba's Lejin. Joey ends his turn, and as he does, the effect of Graceful Dice ends. It's back to Kaiba and he draws Absorb Spell. He summons Blade Knight and immediately uses it to attack and destroy Swordsman of Landstar. Kaiba then moves to his main phase 2 and sets Absorb Spell face down. Kaiba ends his turn. Let's pause the duel right here because, believe it or not, there is a play that Joey could have done that could have won him the duel.
There is no way. No way, dude.
However, there is a very big but attached to that statement that we will cover a little bit later. But first, how could Joey have won next turn? Let's go back to the start of Joey's last turn. He draws Graceful Dice and summons Swordsman of Landstar. This time, however, what he should do is set Graceful Dice, Nutrient Z, and Grave Robber all face down. And simply end his turn there. Now, when Kaiba's turn starts, yes, he might see through this obvious trap. Knowing Kaiba, he will still probably try to attack through.
Okay, that's a big
and
if,
if he decides
honestly.
to do that, then he has 3 different plays to choose from. Play number 1, summon his Blade Knight alongside Lejin. Attack Swordsman with Lejin. Joey chains Graceful Dice. Lejin is destroyed, and Kaiba is forced to end his turn here. Play number 2, Kaiba uses enemy controller on Swordsman of Landstar. He chooses to destroy it, and now with no monsters on Joey's side of the field, he attacks with both of his and wins the duel. However, would Kaiba waste his enemy controller on a 500 attack point monster? I doubt it. So this is where we go to the third play, and the most likely. Kaiba uses enemy controller on Swordsman of Landstar. He sacrifices his Lejin and the Swordsman to summon Blue Eyes White Dragon from his hand. By doing this, Graceful Dice is now rendered useless. Kaiba can attack directly for seemingly gain. However, this is where Joey plays his trap, Nutrient Z, to increase his life points to 6,200, and then when Blue Eyes' attack goes through, he will be left with 3,200. Technically, more than what he started with. Kaiba would then be forced to set his Absorb Spell face down and end his turn. And this is where Joey could make the final play. Joey draws, but it doesn't really matter what it is, as all he has to do is activate his face down Card Robber, steal enemy controller, activate it, take control of Blue Eyes White Dragon, and then attack directly with it, since Kaiba only has 2,800 life points. So Joey wins the duel.
That easy? There is no way.
Right? Well, I thought so too, until I really read what enemy controller does in the anime. Like most people, your go-to is to think of the enemy controller that we have in the real world.
Okay.
That just takes control of your monster, and you can sacrifice that if you want to. However, let's remind everyone exactly what this card can do in the anime. Give a command to one of your opponent's monsters on the field with the enemy controller.
What the hell is this?
Explode or sacrifice. Nowhere in its effect does it state it takes control of an opponent's monster. So why do we think this? Well, that's because in the 2 duels that it was used in, that's exactly what we see it do, as the monsters always move from the opponent's side of the field over to Kaiba's. However, enemy controller does not take control.
It's just used for
of
trivia,
your
right?
opponent's monsters. That visual of the monsters moving over to the other side of the field, it's purely aesthetic. All that's happening when you use the sacrifice effect is it simply makes the monster targeted.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. I'm learning. I'm learning this just
To
now.
your side of the field, that's just for the audience. Proof for this is the fact that when Kaiba uses Soul Exchange in his duel with Yugi, the monsters targeted actually move over to his side of the field as well as he attempts to sacrifice them. However, if you read the card's effect, it simply says both players contribute monsters controlled by their opponents. So after explaining all that and taking you all through this hypothetical scenario where I said that Joey can win, I am an absolute liar. I'm sorry, I went through this whole thing, I'm like, Joey's got this in the bag.
You liar! I believe you!
So, I'm sorry I wasted your time, but we learned something. Some people might have learnt something. I did do a poll on this, and people were just as confused as I was at first, so I think it's fine.
Unsure, anime effect too vague? I mean, it's written in the card.
Anyway, let's get back to the actual duel, shall we? It's Joey's turn, and he draws Scapegoat. He summons his little wingard into attack, and then attempts to equip it with the legendary sword to boost its attack to 1700.
Okay.
However, Kaiba plays his face down Absorb spell, which switches the target of legendary sword to Blade Knight. It has its attack increased to 1900 instead.
Looks
With
so
no
silly.
moves left, Joey reluctantly sets his Scapegoat face down and ends his turn. It's back to Kaiba and he draws Cost Down. He activates his enemy controller and uses its second effect by paying 1000 life points and entering the code
Left, right, A, B.
He is now able to sacrifice one of Joey's monsters.
The Kaiba music
then
there for a
activates
second.
His spell Cost Down to reduce the levels of all the cards in his hand by 2. Now with a level 6 Blue Eyes White Dragon in hand, he is able to summon it straight to the field by sacrificing only Little Wingard. And not only that, but since Kaiba's hand is now empty, the effect of Blade Knight kicks in, increasing its own attack by a further
That's huge!
100. Kaiba enters his battle phase and orders Blue Eyes White Dragon to attack Joey directly. However, Joey activates his face down Scapegoat to special summon 4 sheep tokens. Blue Eyes
so
and
funny.
Blade Knight destroy 1 each, and Kaiba ends his turn. It's Joey's turn and he draws Battle Warrior. He finally sets his
Wow.
Grave Robber face down, and then, with very little else to do, he summons his Battle Warrior into defense.
Sorry, I'm Battle Warrior sounds like a like such a silly name.
Joey ends his turn. It's back to Kaiba and he draws the most broken card of all time, Card of Demise. He activates it, and thanks to its effect, it allows him to draw until he has 5 cards in his hand.
That's
However,
insane.
he has to discard his entire hand after 5 turns. Like that will ever happen.
After 5 turns? What? Like if you get so many cards, like you already win. What a dumb card.
Kaiba draws Kaiser Seahorse, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Interdimensional Matter Transporter, Quick Attack, and Polymerization. He summons
Jesus.
Kaiser Seahorse and uses it, Blue Eyes, and Blade Knight to wipe out Joey's entire field. Kaiba ends his turn. Could Kaiba have set Interdimensional Matter Transporter face down and helped him out in the next turn that's coming up? Of course he could have. Did he? No, so misplay Kaiba. It's back to Joey and he draws
SMH.
Pot of Greed. He activates it and draws 2 new cards. He gets Monster Reborn and Hayabusa Knight. Joey activates his set Grave Robber, which is able to steal 1 card from Kaiba's grave.
Technically, Card of Sanctity is the most broken spell in the anime. Card of Demise is either third or second or third. I mind there is a lot of like super weird cards in the anime that will never be printed. At least not with the exact effect. There are a few times where a Card of Demise negative effect resolves. Wow. The real version obviously ain't like that. Card of Sanctity got it even worse. Obviously, right? They would never print a card like that. It makes no sense.
He declares enemy controller. Joey uses it straight away. He pays 1000 life points and chooses to use the first effect to destroy 1 monster on the field. He enters the code
Up, left, down, right, A!
This then destroys Kaiba's Blue Eyes White Dragon. Bet you wish you set that Interdimensional Matter Transporter face down now, Kaiba. Anyway, now with Blue Eyes in the grave, Joey, to Kaiba's horror, plays Monster Reborn.
This is the coolest thing ever.
Brings back Blue Eyes White Dragon to his side of the field. He uses it
How could you see that and say that this doesn't matter?
to attack and destroy Kaiba's Blade Knight. Joey summons his Hayabusa Knight into defense, sets Nutrient Z face down, and ends his turn. It's Kaiba's turn and he is fuming. He draws Monster Reborn. He tributes his Kaiser Seahorse to summon his second Blue Eyes White Dragon. This was possible as Kaiser Seahorse is treated as 2 tributes for the summon of a light monster.
Convenient.
Kaiba reveals that he would rather see his Blue Eyes go back into the grave than be in the hands of someone so mediocre. And so he crashes his Blue Eyes into Joey's. Both are destroyed. However, before it looks like Kaiba has simply gone mad, he reveals he has Monster Reborn, resurrecting his Blue Eyes White Dragon back during the second main phase.
That's so
Kaiba
hype, dude. I
ends his
love
turn,
that.
And as he does, he goes absolutely ham on Joey.
You are worthless, and you shouldn't have been in my tournament in the first place. Now then, go ahead and make your move, cause you've wasted enough of my time already.
It's Joey's turn, and he draws Baby Dragon. With very little options, all Joey can do is summon it into defense and end his turn. It's Kaiba's turn and he draws Stop Defense. He immediately activates it to switch Joey's Hayabusa Knight into attack. He then attacks with Blue Eyes White Dragon, attempting to go for game. But Joey activates his face down Nutrient Z, which, when he's about to take 2,000 or more damage, allows him to increase his life points by 4,000 before the damage is dealt. Joey's life points increase, then Blue Eyes deals 2,000 damage. Kaiba sets his interdimensional matter transporter face down and ends his turn. It's
I love Eric Stuart's Kaiba. Yeah, he's amazing. He's so iconic.
Joey's turn and the penultimate turn of the duel. He draws and he gets his ever faithful Time Wizard. Fun fact about Anime Time Wizard, it can be used as a spell card, so you can just activate it like a spell to use its Time Roulette.
It's a pendulum?
And that's what happens here. Joey activates it, and due to its effect, the Time Roulette begins. It is successful, and all monsters on the field begin to age 1,000 years. Joey's Baby Dragon ages and transforms into the fusion monster, Thousand Dragon. However, before Kaiba's Blue Eyes can be affected by the Time Roulette, Kaiba reveals his face down interdimensional matter transporter, which allows him to banish Blue Eyes until the end phase. Now, everyone at home is probably screaming at Joey, just attack, you can win the duel, just attack directly, you've won. However, unfortunately, you need to know something about the Battle City rules.
No way.
Unfortunately, fusion summoned monsters can't attack the turn they are summoned.
What is this rule that I've never heard in my life?
Why Kaiba would implement a rule like this when he himself plays a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, I don't know, for reasons, but unfortunately due to this, Joey can't attack and win this.
Someone in
so
sickness.
Unfortunately, the end phase occurs and Blue Eyes White Dragon returns to the field. We do get a great moment from Joey here, where he reveals that he was pretty sure that Kaiba was going to win this duel anyway. However, it's Kaiba's turn and the final turn of the duel. He draws and gets Thunder Dragon. He activates its effect, allowing him to discard it to add 2 more copies of itself from the deck.
Oh,
He
Yugi's
does
duel
this
against
and then
Seeker.
activates his polymerization to fuse the 2 monsters together to make Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. However, hang on, he's done the same thing as Joey. He can't attack with his fusion summoned monster the turn it's fusion summoned. Joey can survive another turn. You would be right. However, there is one card that allows fusion summoned monsters to attack the turn they were fusion summoned, and Kaiba has it. Quick Attack. He activates.
Huge. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, this was in the other duel that we saw, Yugi versus Seeker. Yeah. So this card only makes sense in this tournament where that rule exists. That is so interesting. Pretty much a case of except this one, they made pointless anyway by giving them a quick attack spell. I
Quick
guess
Attack, allowing Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon to attack and destroy Thousand Dragon. Kaiba then uses his Blue Eyes White Dragon to attack Joey directly, reducing his life points down to 0 and winning him the duel. So the question now becomes, out of all of that, could Joey have won at any point?
No, it's not over, Kaiba. It's never over.
The short answer, no, not really. Kaiba dominated a lot in this duel.
Yeah.
Joey was fighting an uphill battle. The majority of his deck was not available to him. And while there's no denying that Joey is a great duelist, as for all intents and purposes, he was about to beat Marek, the main villain of this series. So obviously, he's a good duelist. However, I do think that Kaiba probably would have been able to defeat Marek as well, but that's just my personal opinion. I think Kaiba, Yugi, and Joey could all have beat Marek. It was just literally who got to him first. Obviously, Joey passed out, but had he not, he would have won. That's just my personal opinion anyway. You know. Joey even...
that's so interesting to think about. That's really awesome. I didn't like the fusion monsters can attack they are summoned in Battle City. Yeah, I mean, sounds like I don't know why they made it like that. Must have been played after Fusion like 10 different times in this arc. Really?
Recognises Kaiba's dueling strength at the end of this duel, but just not his attitude towards dueling. So was there any specific moments where Joey could have took the duel? Well, there was that hypothetical enemy controller, and unless enemy controller has a third secret ability that we don't know about, if you enter, for example, the Konami code, can you just take control of
Konami code.
World enemy controller? Unfortunately, due to that play, no. The only other thing that Joey could have done to hypothetically get a better edge in this duel would to have been to set Grave Robber earlier and maybe take the Shrink to take an earlier lead. I said he could have took the Crush Card Virus, but he doesn't have any Dark Monsters with less than 1000 attack. But how cool
that we
would
know
have
of.
been? Imagine Kaiba getting Crush Card Virus. He doesn't play any low-level monsters. He would have, like, no deck left. That would have been hilarious. So to summarize Joey's dueling, he played the best possible duel he could. There was a couple little things he probably could have done better, but overall, he did lose this duel fair and square.
No, I know the Konami code is a real thing. No, I'm aware.
But what about for Kaiba? Did he play the best possible duel that he could? Yeah, he did. I don't think he could have done much more. I think Kaiba won as well, fair and square. Let me know what you guys thought in the comment section below. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Is there anything you want to add? What did you think about my enemy controller explanation? Let me know. But guys, thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed this video. But other than that, I'll see you all next time. Bye, everyone.
That was such a cool video. Honestly, one of my favorite duels. I don't remember much about it because obviously I watched this a long time ago. But it is as hype as I remember. That is true. Yeah. Except Giant Germ. I mean, it would have been cool, right? If we saw like maybe Kaiba plays other cards, maybe. Who knows? It would have been interesting to see something like that, like just playing with quote-unquote weak monsters. But yeah, so yeah, I don't know, I really like it. Thank you everyone, and yeah, I'll see you. Actually, no, this is awesome. I want to see more stuff like that, just to remember, just for nostalgia. The nostalgia factor is strong in me with this. But yeah, was there something I overlooking when Joey brought Kaiba down to 700 by Reborn Blue Eyes, then play Hayabusa in main 2? Like another monster was still in play beside Blade Knight. Yeah, I saw that too. I found it interesting. I don't know. Yeah, because he could have summoned it before, right? The battle phase. I think about that too, but I don't know. I'm sure there must be something that we're missing. Because he attacked and then summoned something in defense, right? Was it? Never mind. Wait, where is it? Here, right? Was it? Wait, hold on. This was before. Wait, when did that happen? 5 cards. Where does he play Monster Reborn? Okay, here.
Joey summons his Hayabusa Knight into the defense.
Yeah.
No matter transporter face down now, Kaiba. Anyway, now with Blue Eyes in the grave, Joey, to Kaiba's horror, plays Monster Reborn and brings back Blue Eyes White Dragon to his side of the field. He uses it to attack.
Yeah, so here he could have summoned the other guy, right?
Destroy Kaiba's Blade Knight. Joey summons his Hayabusa Knight into the defense.
Hayabusa Knight. So why was this guy not summoned before? And attack with it? Does Hayabusa Knight have like an effect that doesn't... Is that a thing? Hayabusa Knight? He played it from his hand and set it, which would have been a quick play. This is somewhat dubious. In the version in Spanish, I understand. What is this? This card can make a second attack during each battle phase. Bruh. That's the effect. He's a 1000 attack and the only effect is to attack twice per turn. Well, but isn't that... Didn't Kaiba have like nothing else in the field? I guess that's the answer. The plot is always... Yeah, Hayabusa Knight's effect is that he can attack twice. Yeah. Joey was holding Reborn. Play from his hand and set it, which will be a quick play. Yeah, but what does that have to do with Hayabusa? Right. Yeah, I have to watch a full episode to understand this. Maybe I'm missing something, or maybe it's one of those like rules. I don't know. Hello, Hector. Welcome, welcome. Maybe it's one of those rules. I don't know. If someone knows watching this on YouTube, let me know in the comments because I'm a little confused. It's so funny to have this guy here. But yeah, if someone knows, let me know. So yeah. So we say Joy didn't set a Monster Reborn and then played it during Kaiba's turn as a quick play. Yeah, as a quick play. Yeah, that's so confusing. Hayabusa Knight has 1000 attack and Kaiser Seahorse. Oh, wait, Kaiser Seahorse was still in the field?
Defense, sets Nutrient Z face down, and ends his turn. It's Kaiba's turn, and he is fuming. He draws Monster Reborn. He tributes his Kaiser.
Wait, Kaiser Seahorse was still in the field. Yeah, then they could. There was nothing that. Yeah, no, Hayabusa Knight cannot attack directly. Okay, dude, I'm going insane. I'm going insane. Yeah, of course, he cannot do anything because Kaiser Seahorse is still in the field. That's why it didn't happen. Okay, you know, ignore me, chat. I didn't say anything. I'm not gonna include this in the video. Alright. You're 100% right. My bad. Alright, chat. What's cool music do we have here? Nope. I like this. So, chat, I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be playing the Duelist Cup. We're gonna try to make it in one sitting to the second stage. So if you want to join me and wanna hang out and just chat while doing that, it will be really cool. Stream over? Yes. Stream over for today. Sorry, we already got like over 4 hours. I wanted to make it just 3 hours and I'm really hungry. Next time I will try to make maybe one more reaction stream per week and see how that goes. For now, that's gonna be it. Thank you everyone. Don't forget to like and subscribe and I will see you tomorrow. If not, if you only want to see reactions, then that's gonna be next week as always. So yeah, thank you so much everyone and I will see you next time. Bye bye. Bye.